Hello everyone, welcome to Master Perl Programming from beginner to expert. I am Chandan Kumar and I will be your instructor on this exciting journey into Perl programming. Whether you are a complete beginner or an experienced developer looking to expand your skills, this course will take you step by step from the fundamental of Perl to advanced technique used in automation, web scraping, and data processing. What you will learn in this course, by the end of the course, you will be able to learn basic Perl, syntax, variable, loop, function, regular expression, which is very powerful text processing and pattern matching. Then we will also learn file handling and data processing, read, write, manipulate, CSV file, JSON, and large files, web scraping and APIs, extract data from website and interact with APIs. We will also then do automation and system scripting, automate a repetitive task and work with database. So this course is designed with hands-on approach featuring coding exercise, real-world project and quizzes to enforce your learning. Now, who is this course for? So this course is perfect for beginners who want to learn programming with Perl, software developers and IT professionals looking to add Perl to their toolkit, data analyst and system administrator working with text processing and automation, web scraper and researcher who need powerful scripting solution. So how to get started? To begin, make sure you have Perl installed in your system. Don't worry, I will guide you through the setup in the next lesson. For the best learning experience, I recommend practicing along with exercise and engage in discussion. So, are you ready to dive into Perl programming? Let's get started with setting up your environment in the next lesson. Thank you. Before going to install softwares, let's see history and use cases. So here, welcome back. In this lesson, I'll explore the history of the Perl, understand why it remains one of the most powerful scripting language for automation, text processing, and system administrator. The history of Perl. Perl was created in 1987 by Larry Wall, a programmer who wanted a more flexible tool for text processing and system administrator. Since then, Perl has evolved through multiple versions, with Perl 5 being the most widely used today. Though Perl 6 was introduced as a separate project, it eventually became its own language known as Raku. However, Perl 5 continues to be active in many industries. Now, why learn Perl? Perl is known as the Swiss Army knife of programming because of its versatility. Here, why developers still use today. Powerful text processing. Perl has built-in support for regular expression, making it ideal for log analysis, file processing, and data extraction. Then we also use in automation and scripting, used in system administrator, batch processing, and cron job, web scraping and networking, automation, web task, scrap data, interact with API, then database interaction. Perl works seamlessly with MySQL, Postgres, and SQLite. Cross-platform compatibility. Runs on Windows, Mac operating system, Linux without modification. In short, Perl is excellent choice for anyone working with text heavy data system automation, and backend scripting. So, who uses Perl? Perl is widely used in industries like cybersecurity, finance, bioinformatics, and some major organizations leveraging Perl include Amazon Booking.com for backend scripting and automation, NASA for data processing, for research and simulation, then stock exchange and financial firms, automated trading and log analysis, and Linux and Unix system administrator, managing server and networks. So now you understand why Perl is such valuable tool. It's time to set up your environment. In the next lesson, I'll guide you through installing Perl on Windows, and similarly you can do for Mac operating system and Linux. So we can start coding right away. Thank you. See you in the next. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will set up Perl on your system. Whether you are using Windows, Mac operating system, Linux, by the end of this video, you will be able to work Perl and set up Perl environment and be ready for your first script. So let's do here. First, before installing Perl, let's check if it's already available in your system. Open terminal or command prompt and just type CMD. Since I'm using Windows right now, so we can just write here CMD and then type here Perl space -v. Click enter. So this is the first message that first command that you need to type. If you see message displaying Perl version, then Perl is already installed. If not, don't worry, I'll guide you through the installation process. So right now Perl is not installed. On Windows, you have mainly two options to install. One is either we can use Strawberry Perl, which is a full-featured open source version of Perl with all necessary tools. Another one is Active Perl, a commercial version of Perl, which is mostly used in the enterprise and organizations. So I'll recommend to use a Strawberry Perl for most users. And how we can do that? We have to open browser. Let's go and type here a Strawberry Perl, and then we can just open a strawberrypearl.com website. We'll download from here. You have three options. Either you can use MSI or you can just download zip file. So I'll just go with MSI file. So it will be installed directly in the system. Now I'll just click next, accept terms, click next, and this will be the location. So I can choose location as per the drive. Let's click next and we'll install. Now click on finish and it should be installed now. So it's just a Strawberry Perl 5. I'll just close and let's close the CMD and open again new CMD and here type Perl space V. So now if you see here, it's saying that Perl, this is Perl 5 version 4040 subversion 0, built for MS Win32, 30 and 64 multi-threaded. So now Perl is installed. Now if you are installing Perl in your Mac operating system, then Mac operating system comes with Perl pre-installed. To check your version, open just terminal in the Mac operating system and then type here Perl space V, and mostly you will see the Perl version. If Perl version is not there or you want a new, then you have to use Homebrew, And for that you just need to write brew space install and then Perl. This command you have to type for the Mac operating system, and then follow the process, follow the step, and then again you have to check with Perl space -v. And if you are installing Perl in your Linux or Unix environment, then most Linux distribution comes with Perl pre-installed. Just to check, you have to perform the same Perl-v in the terminal, and if that is not available, then you can use package manager. Like in Ubuntu, you can just do apt update, and then after that apt install Perl. And similarly, if you are using Fedora, then you can use sudo dnf, and yeah, after installation, verify that whether it is running and working or not with the Perl space -v command. So this is the first step that you need to do. Second thing that you should do is we will use Visual Studio. Even you can use Notepad. That's not a that's fine. But what we will do, we can use Visual Studio Code. So just download Visual Studio Code in your system. Go to Visual Studio and then click download. And we will use this as editor. Instead of using Notepad, we will use Visual Studio Code. And if you are using Linux or any other, then you can use proper VI or any text editor, which will work fine. So for now, you just need to click on download, and from here I'll just click download. Visual Studio Code will start downloading. Now let's click open. I accept, click next, create desktop icon, next, next. Now after that, I just open that, so we can see that Note Visual Studio Code is now opened. I'll just close this Visual Studio Code. Let's do one thing. We can just create one folder in desktop, and let's say I'll just say here Perl, and inside this Perl we need to create one Notepad file. Even you can use Notepad or you can use Visual Studio Code. So for right now, what I'll do, just open any text editor. I'll say Notepad, and in this Notepad, we just need to write. Let's create here and write our first test case, first code or script. So we will start with hash and exclamation, then start writing here slash user usr slash bin and then slash Perl. This line you have to write, and after that you can just write here print, and I'll say hello Perl, and we can just do slash n for new line and then put semicolon. Let's save this file to desktop and then Perl, inside Perl folder, and let's use it as hello.pl. So PL is the extension for the Perl programming. We can just click save, and if we just go here and check, so we can see this is Perl program file. Now open your command prompt, navigate to desktop, and then here we can navigate to Perl folder, and after that we just need to write Perl hello.pl. Click enter. You can see output hello Perl. So this is first thing that we need to do, and if this is working, that means your environment is set up and we are ready to learn further. So what next? Now the Perl is installed and running. Let's dive into Perl basic syntax in the next lesson. Get ready to write first real Perl program. Thank you. Welcome back. Now that we have Perl installed, it's time to write and run our first Perl program. In this lesson, we will go step by step from writing a simple script to executing it in a different environment. So first thing I'll do is, let's go here. This is our folder, desktop, and then I'm saying Perl. Let's open this folder into Visual Studio Code. So we can just select it and start writing CMD. So this folder will open in CMD, and then we will write code space dot. Click enter. Since Visual Studio Code we have installed in our local environment, in our window environment, so this one should work. Considering if you are using Linux or Mac operating system, this code dot command will not work, and you have to still use your editor like VI or Vim editor. A step is same, so we can just open here file, and to run we can directly run from terminal here as well. So I'll just check whether Visual Studio whether Perl is installed here or not. So if I'll just write here Perl space V, right, so we can see that it's working and printing the output, printing the version. So here we can write first hash exclamation slash usr slash bin slash perl. This is a cbank. It tells the system to use Perl to execute the script. Now let's add few more lines. For example, we should write here use, and then I'll say a strict. So this is one thing that we can use. Another one is use warnings. Warnings. And then we can say print hello Perl. So just save it, and here we can go and write Perl space hello.pl. So it will print our output. Here, why we have used use a strict? It enforces good coding practices by preventing undeclared variables. Use warnings helps catch potential error in your code. So these two, especially once you add use warning, it will tell you a lot of things. If there is any problem, it will tell you. Let me remove it and then try to run it. So right now it will work, but mostly once you work with that, you will see many helping things after using these two things. Now to run that, as we have seen, we can directly use the command perl hello.pl. Same thing you can do and run if you wanted to run from your Mac operating system or Linux operating system. Sometimes we face problem. In that case, you have to perform, you have to give write access, read and write access. So you can use chmod plus x and then hello.pl, and after that try to run the command. So it will work like that. And there is in Mac and Linux, you don't need to use Perl command always. You just need to write dot slash and then you can say hello.pl. Right now also it's working because we are using bash, and bash is basically git bash, so it should work. Hello.pl. So you can see it is working, but if I'll use cmd, this one might not work. So if I'll write here dot and then I'll say hello, you can see dot is not working. So this will work, and although GitHub is installed in my system, that's why this directly this command is working here. So Better you can use command prompt and then use Perl space and then file name. It will pick that file automatically and work. So congratulations, you have just written and executed your first Perl script. In next lesson, we will dive into deeper and we'll see the Perl syntax, variables, data types, setting the foundation and more advanced programming. Thank you so much. See you in the next. Welcome back in this lesson. We will take a closer look at the syntax and structure of Perl program. Understand Perl's syntax is crucial for writing clean, efficient, and error-free code. So, basic structure of Perl program here is that we should start with shebang, which is the Perl bin directory that you need to tell the system to use the Perl to execute the script. Then we have to use these all are called directives. Use a strict warning. These are directives, enforces good coding practices and help catch potential errors. Then we have statements. So print a statement, and similarly we can add another statement like we can say hash and then I'll say print a message. This is also a statement but we used to say as comment line. And then we have semicolon to terminate. This is required at the end of each statement to terminate that. We have slash n for the new line and then you can just use to run it and execute. Another thing is you can add comments. So adding comments makes your code easier to understand the Perl. So whenever we write comment, we should start with hash and then you can write it. So Perl doesn't built in multi-line comment, but you can use a plain old documentation block. So here, if we have multiple lines and we want to make it comments, one way is you can use hash for single line comment. And if you want multiple line comments, then you have to use pod, which is plain old documentation block, which will start with equal to and write here any message, start comment, and then let's say you want to end here, then you have to write equal to cut. Equal to cut will stop the compiler to make it green code and then rest of the code will execute. After that I'll just say perl hello.pl and then you can see we get output only the last line. So this way you can use comment. Now another thing is, let me just remove these things or just let it be. I'll just make it cut here. So next thing is a case sensitivity in Perl. Perl is case sensitive language, means if I'll write here, let's say variable declaration my, and then I'll use dollar name equal to, let's say I'll say Chandan, and then in the next line I'll say dollar name equal to Kumar. So here we have a small name case and then capital one is two different variables. So if I'll just print here, print, and I'll say dollar name slash n, it will go in the next line. Let me copy and paste it again. I'll say capital N. Let's try to run it. So you can see we have output Chandan and Kumar. That means these two variables will be treated as two different names. So it's always be mindful of variable names and their capitalization. Then next thing is a statement and blocks structure. So whenever we are using a statement and block, In that case, Perl code is written in statements, and multiple statements can be grouped inside a block, which is curly braces. So for example, I can write here if, that for now I'll just say 1 equal to 1, and then we can see this is our block. You can write any code here. So I'll say if print, and here I'll say this is condition, this is conditional statement, and then we can put slash n so that it will go into the next line. Always remember, statements ends with semicolon, and blocks should be inside curly braces. And one more important thing, indentation indentation is not required, but improve the readability. So if you write all in same line, that is also fine. It will not break your code, still it will work. But if you put indentation proper, then your code will look good. So common problem that we usually get while writing Perl script is we forget to add semicolon. So if I'll not write semicolon, let's try to run. You can see still it's working, but the thing is, it is always suggested that once you terminate a statement, we should use semicolon. And then also we should use a strict enable, so that if you forget any variable name or anything, in that case you will get proper message. So for example, I'll remove this strict, I'll just make it, and from here let's remove this my word variable declaration. Let's try to run it. Still it's working, but we should use that strict mode, so it will tell us that whether undeclared variable available or not. So now that you understand Perl basic syntax and structure, you are ready to dive deeper into variables. Next session we will explore scalar variables in detail, and we'll try to work on that variable parts. Thank you. See you in the next. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore Perl's three main data types: scalars, arrays, and hashes. These are fundamental building blocks for handling data in Perl. So, a scalar variable which start with dollar. A scalar variable stores a single value, either a string, number, or reference. Scalar variables always starts with dollar sign. For example, I'll write here dollar name equal to Chandan. So we can say this is our scalar variable. We can also put here dollar age equal to 30. Then also we can say dollar price equal to 9.99, something like that. So it will automatically convert your data based on the type. So this is how you can declare variable. And it is always suggested that you should use my. Whenever you are declaring any variable, you should use my, and then keep the name. Although if you will not mention, there will not be any problem. Still it will work. Now to print it, what we can do, simply we can write print, and here I'll say name, and then put here dollar name slash n. So inside double quote, if you write normal text, it will be treated as a print statement, but if you will put dollar sign, that means it will be treated as variables. Similarly, I'll say copy paste, and here I'll say age. Let's put here age, and then I'll say again price, and then here I'll say price. So let's print it and compile and run it. Right, so here it is saying that global declaration of price. So you can see we get compilation error, and it is happening because we need to declare here my, right, because we have used here a strict mode. So if I'll just comment this strict mode and try to run again, you can see we get output name, age, and then price. So a strict always we should use, it will enforce us to use proper naming convention, variable names, or any syntactical error it will be fixed by using strict. So it is saying we should use a strict. Even if you see here global symbol price requires explicit package name. Did you forget declare my? Right, so it will properly tell you about what exactly problem you need to fix. Save it and then I'll run it again. Now you can see we get proper output. So remember, whenever we use a scalar variables, we use to store a string, number, or any references that we can store here. Next thing that we need to do is array. So this is called, let me write here hash, and I'll say as scalar variables dollar. And then next thing that we need to see is hash, and here I'll write arrays. So arrays in Perl we write with @ symbol, and it is used to list of data. To store list of data we use this. An array is an ordered list of scalar values. It starts with dollar and elements are accessed using index number. For example, here I'll write my and I'll say @colors equal to. Now to store we need to use braces and terminate it. And here inside it you can use double quote, and then you can write here color name. So I'll say red, green, and then I'll say blue. Now if you want to just print the value, you can use print and then in double quote I'll say dollar colors, and here you can just put the index /n. This is how it will print the first value. Similarly, you can say 1 for second, 2 for third. Let's check. You can see now it is printing red. So always remember, whenever we learn array, it will always start from index 0 and it will go further on that. Let me try adding here some other value apart from the string and try to access that. So I'll say here 0, 1, 2, and then 3. I'll try to access 3 and let's see if it's working or not. So it's saying that syntax error at line number 17, 0, 1, 2, and 3. So execution aborted due to compilation error. So we have compilation error here, and compilation error might be because of semicolon. Let me just put it and try to run again. So yes, it was happening because of semicolon. We should always terminate that and then we can see output, we get 100. So in array you can store any scalar data. It's not that you should store only a string. You can store even number or a floating point, right? So I'll write here scalar values are used to store a string, or we can say text, right? Then numbers, and numbers can be floating number, floating numbers. These kind of values you can store in that scalar, and in array anything that can be a group of data you can store here in arrays. So common operations that we can perform in arrays are like adding elements, right? So for example, I'll just remove for now, and let's try to, we can make comment like hash. Let's try to add some elements. So we can use push, and here inside push I'll use @ variable name colors, and then what value you wanted to put. So let's say I wanted to push 100. That means this 100 will append here, and then if I try to access, we can access through the index number. Let's try to check. You can see now 100 is printing. That means this value 100 we have added here, and it is now being printing. If we want to remove it, then also we can do using pop. So we have pop function, and then just mention here array name. It will automatically remove the element. So now it's printing because we have just written here. So it will print, or just wanted to, let me just print again. So it's saying that line number 22, use of uninitialized value color 3. That means this pop removed the last element, and now inside this we don't have any value. So if I use 2, then you will get the output, right? Blue. 100 is not available there. So if I just wanted to print, let me just do print, only print colors. Let's see what it will print now. So it's saying that colors require explicit package name, and then only it will print. Right now it's saying my color, and it's not happening anything. All right. So if you can see, if we wanted to print the total size, then we should use a scalar, print a scalar, and then here the name of the array, but with use of @. And if you run it, now you can see it will print 3. So if I'll just do like this way, array size, and here I'll just do in double quote, but what we have to do, we can just stop here and then use dot to concat, and let's print now. So it's saying that, right, we just need to remove this double quote. So here if you'll see, right, if you just need to concat to a string, then we can just write dot, and it's saying that array size is 3. Array size is 3 here. Now if you want to print all the data available in that array, just write here array, and then just use the variable name. So it should, okay, still it's printing. So if I'll just write here print colors, let's do that. It's printing red, green, blue. Whatever thing available in that array, it will print those things. Now next thing is we have hashes. So whenever we use hash, so let me just write further. So hashes, I'll say hash. So hashes we use with percentage. @ we use for array. Hashes we use percentage, which is a key value. I'll say key value pairs. Key value pairs, if you want, we should use hashes. So a hash is an unordered collection of key value pairs. It starts with percent, and elements are accessed using curly braces. For example, my percent person equal to, now here also we will use small braces, and inside this we have to use key value pair. So I'll say name, and then we use arrow function, then comma, then we use age, and here we can use age, then we say city. I'll say here Pune. So this is how you can declare hashes. And now to access, we can just write print, and in double quote I'll say name, and here I'll use dollar to access person, and inside this we use curly braces, and here I'll write name in single quote. I wanted to access name, and then I'll say slash n. So with the use of person, with the use of variable, and in single quote we can use, so we can say see that name equal to Chandan, right? It is printing, although we should use here slash n. So I'll say slash n, and in the previous one, so it will print the value from that. So we have red, green, blue, and then in the next line we can see name equal to Chandan. I have just accessed this particular value Chandan by the key name. So dollar person, and in the curly braces you should write name. Similarly, if you want to add a new key, then also you can do that. You have to use dollar person, and inside curly braces, let's say if you want new key job, you can also do that, and I'll say engineer, then new key is added in that particular field. If you want to check whether the new key is available in that or not, right, then you can just do print, and here I'll write message exists, um, and then we can say slash n, and here after that exists print. If exists, then print dollar person, and here I'll say job, right? I wanted to check whether this job is available. If exist, then it will print exist. It is saying missing semicolon in previous line. Here we have missed that. So let's put here semicolon and remove from here. Let's run again. So you can see it is saying exist, print exist if exist person. Let's say I'll just say 1 and then try to see. So print exists, right? So exist is not printed here because this job 1 is not available in the given hashes. In this particular person, now job 1 is not available, only job is available. So in that case you will get output as exist. Similarly, if you want to delete it, you can also just delete. We have delete keyword available, delete dollar person, and then just put here the name. So I'll say job, and this one will be deleted. You will not get any value, any output, just it will say deleted. And if you just print this again, you will still not see the output. This one will not print because the job is deleted from that. So here the key difference is, so if you see this one, key difference between a scalar, array and hashes is that we have feature data type. So a scalar is used to store single value, array is used to store multiple value, and it is ordered list. Then we have hashes, which is key paired. Prefix we use dollar for the scalar, at the rate for array, and then hash for is a percentage for hash. Example, we can say dollar name Alice, color, and then person. Similarly, we can access using dollar name, dollar color 0 if you want to access the first value, and if we want to get the value by key, then we have to use $person and then name. This is how you can easily access the value from there. So after that, we can say that great job. Now you understand basic scalar arrays and hashes in Perl. Next session, we will explore control structure like loops and conditional statements. So try creating and manipulating a scalar array and hash variables. Share your experience in the discussion. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore the different types of operators in Perl, including arithmetic, comparison, logical, and string operators. These operators help us perform calculations, compare values, and control program flow. So let's see first operator, which is arithmetic operator. And here you can see we have arithmetic operator, and to perform addition we can use plus operator like this one, $a plus $b, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus operator, and then we have exponential operator, that is $a $b. So let's see one example, and for that I'll just create another file. I'll say op operators.pl, and inside this operator pl we can start. But before that, let's import these three lines, and then we can just write here my $a equal to, let's say, 10, and then I'll say my $b equal to 3. And if we just wanted to print here, I'll say addition and colon space, and then if you want to just append the output, we can just say dot, and here inside braces we can write $a plus $b, and after that again we will write dot and then double quote /n. So this way it will print addition. Just save it, and to run we can just go here and write Perl operators.pl, and in output you can see we get addition is 13. Similarly, you can do multiplication, division, and then modulus operator or any operator that is available. So let's say I'll say multiplication. So we can just change the operator here, and then we can get the output 30. Similarly, we can perform other operators that is available. So modulus operator is returning the remainder. Modulus modulus. So modulus operator will return a remainder. For example, here if we divide 10 by 3, then remainder should be 1. So in output we can get 1. And if we say exponential, it will 10 to the power 3. So output will be 10 into 10 into 10. And that way we will get the output. Now the next operator that is available is comparison operator. Comparison operator for numeric comparisons. We have double equal to, which is called equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than. So these these operators will work on numeric. If you need to compare, then you can use double equal to, and the result will be in Boolean format: false, true, true, false. For example, here we have $a, $b, and if we wanted to just compare the value, we can just say here print, and I'll say compare. So I'll say compare to. So A double equal to B, and then let's try to print the output. So here we are getting, so here when we compare $A and $B, and let's, so here we are seeing that compare, COMPARE, compare to is returning blank, which means that whenever if we are performing on a scalar value and if it's not equal, then output is empty. So let's say if I'll put here 10, 10 and 10, we are just comparing. If it will be equal, then we will get output as 1, else we will get output as empty. So this is how we compare in this one, in this case. So suppose if we are saying that not equal to, and then let's try to run it. So we are seeing blank, that means empty. But if we'll put 3 in this case, we can get output 1. That means this statement is true. So mostly we use comparison operator inside if else statement or any conditional statement. For example, that we will see next. So we can write here if, and I'll say $A is less than $B, then perform something. So I'll say print, here I'll say $A is less than $B slash n, and else we can just print, let's copy and paste. So I'll say A is greater than B, something like this we can do. So if I'll just run, so now we can see 10 is greater than 3, so it is coming into else condition. And if we put here, let's say 11, and then we can try to run, so we can get 10 is less than 11. So in conditional mostly we use, that's why here I have written that whenever we work on numeric comparator, we use result as true false. But actually it's a, if it's a true, then you will get 1, else you will get empty. Now same thing we can do with comparison. If you want to compare any string value, then equal to double equal to won't work, you have to use EQ or NQ. So for example, we have apple EQ banana, then we can get false and true. So suppose if we put here, let's say I'll say my $C equal to, and here I'll put, let's say apple, and then I'll say $D equal to banana. And if we just compare it, let's say I'll for now I just wanted to print it, so I'll just copy and paste here. Let's try to do $C and $D. First I am trying to use double equal to and try to see the output. So it's saying banana isn't numeric, right? So ideally for the non-numeric or a string value, we should use EQ to compare. Let's see. So we are getting output empty, that means it's not equal, right? So if we want to compare not equal, we should use NE. So if I'll write here NE, try to run, we can see we get output as 1. So this is how you can compare anyone. If you want to use inside if else condition, you can also do that. So instead of less than, you can use For less than you can use NLE, less or equal. So NE means less, or LE means less or equal. So if I'll run it now, we are getting this value. So instead of that, I'll say you can just compare C and D. Similarly, I'll write C and D. So it's a string comparison. Apple is less than banana. So if you can just see the alphabetical order. That way it works. So we have written LE, less than or equal. So you can just remember these operators: EQ, NQ not equal, GT greater than, LT less than, GE greater or equal, LE less or equal. So these things we can use for compare strings. Then we have another operator which is called logical operator, and logical operators are used to combine multiple conditions. So multiple conditions, like if you have um, more than one, you can use logical and then logical not. Similarly, you can use that. So suppose if you just wanted to compare more than one, I'll write here only. So for example, $A LE $B, and I'll say $A equal to something like $B. So any if you have a more than one operator, you can compare using logical AND. Let me check if we have logical OR, and then yes, we have logical OR operator as well available. So we have logical AND, logical OR, and then we have NOT operator, exclamation operator as well available. So we can use these operators. Then we have a string operator. So a string operator is used to concatenate. So for example, you can see here, and then we have repetition. X we use to repeat. So let me try and see. So for example, here we have another variable, let's say dollar, and I'll say greeting equal to hello. Then we have my dollar name equal to Chandan, and then if I just try to print, I'll say dollar greeting, and then I just wanted to concatenate my name with comma, right? So I'll use dot space comma, again put dot dollar name, again I'll put dot, and then I will add slash n, and then semicolon. So it will append hello Chandan. So this dot is used to concatenate. Similarly, if we just wanted to repeat something, so we can use X. Let's try. So I have print. I'll say, let's say we have hi, and I just wanted to repeat. So I'll say X3, and then I want to add dot, and then dot means concatenate and provide new line. So let's see if it's working or not. So here we can see it has written 3 times. So if I put a space, try to run, it will print hi 3 times. So it is just a repetition operator. If you use X, it will repeat. Dot is concatenation operator. So now you understood operators in Perl. You are ready to move on next part, which is control structure, where we will apply these operators to decision making and loops. And also we can see string manipulation. If we have to work on a string, how we can perform those string related stuff in the next session. Thank you. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore working with strings in Perl, how to manipulate them using various functions. Strings are a core part of programming, and Perl provides powerful tools to handle them efficiently. So, first let's see how we can declare strings in Perl. So, in Perl, strings are stored in a scalar variable, which is a dollar, and can be enclosed in single or double quote. For example, we can just say my, and here I'll say dollar. Let's say I'll say var equal to, and then you can put value in single quote, hi Perl, and then I'll put slash n for new line. If you will not write, then output will come in one line only, and I'll say var2, and I'll put it in double quote. So either you can put in single quote or double quote, and then you can just write. So single quote treats the text literal, yeah, and double quote allows variable to, interpolation and escape sequences. So here let's print output. So I'll say print dollar $var, and then again I'll say print dollar $var2. Let's run here. So I'll say Perl, and then I'll say string.pl. So if you can see, can't use a string hyper as reference of a strict. Okay, so we have used a strict, that means it is saying always use double quote instead of single quote. So if I'll just disable the strict and then try to run, you can see we are getting output hi Perl. And we should also use semicolon to terminate. Let's run again. So now we can see we have, okay, let me just again use this strict. All right. So here once you run it with a strict and put the semicolon, try to run it again, where to you will see output hyper and hyper. So output is printing. Let's try to put slash n here and then slash n also in this one and try to run it. So now if you see, if we are using single quote, then slash n is not working. It's treating this as normal text. But if we are putting slash n in double quote, then output we are seeing in the next line. So if I'll change it to double quote, then you will see output in two lines. That is one difference between single quote and double quote. Single quote will treat as literal value, and double quote allows you to manipulate some text, add escape sequences. Remember that thing. Apart from that, we can use a string to concat. We can use dot. So suppose if I wanted to print in one line, I'll say dot dollar $var2, and then if you run it, you will see output concatenated. However, we have used slash n, that's why it's printing. Let's say I'll say Perl1 and then Perl2. Now if we print, it will print in one line with concatenation. It is concatenated. If we just concat other thing, we can also concat and say, let's say space welcome. Save it and then run it. So you can see it's printing welcome, and due to here slash n, it's not printing in one line. So I'll remove it and run it again. So you can see concatenation, we can use dot to concatenate. If you want to concat any string, we can say hash string concatenation, we can use dot symbol. Similarly, if we need to repeat, we have already seen we can use a string repetition. If we want to repeat, we have to use X. So X will repeat that. So for example, we have print $var and we can say X3. And in this case, if I run, we can see /n is needed in the previous line so that output will come into the next line. So you can see the where we have written hi perl 1, so it's printing hi perl 1, hi perl 1, hi perl 1 three times just to repeat the same text again and again. This is a string repetition. And next thing that we can see is a string extraction and modifying a string. So if you just need to find the length of a string, then we can use length function. For example, I'll say print $var, and so I just wanted to check the length, so I'll use length length function and run it. So it should tell us the total number of characters available. So here we have, so I'll say, let's say /n, and then we can use dot. So let's run it. So now it's saying total character, so the length of a string, I'll just put here length of a string or length of var1, length of var1 is 10, so total 10 characters available here. Similarly, if you just want to change the case, uppercase, lowercase, right? So you can use, we have, let's say, uppercase of var1, so we can use UC uppercase. Similarly, if we want to do lowercase, we can do /n, and I'll say, so I'll say /n lowercase of var c, so I'll say LC uppercase lowercase. Let's run it, and you can see the first one uppercase, it's printing in capital letter, then it's printing in a small letter. And if you want to do the first character uppercase, in that case you see you can use, we have one more variable, one more method available, that is called UC first. Whenever you will use UC first, it will make first letter capital. Similarly, we have LC first. Let me just copy this one again and paste here. I'll say first letter lower. So we have, instead of UC, we can say LC, and try to run it. So first letter will be capital, then second letter, although in this one we have already first letter is capital, that's why it's printing in the same way. Next thing we can see in a string is substring extraction. And for that, so if we need to get the substring, so I'll say substring, then we have a function which will call substr, and substr can extract the value. So for example, let's say if we have $str equal to hello comma Perl, and if I want to print something, we can use substr, and inside substr we can say $str, and then we can say that Here we can put a start index and total length. So for example, I wanted to start from character 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I wanted to start from character 7, that means P, and go till 4, right? So I wanted next 4 character to print. So the final output you will see is only Perl here, right? So let's put here a space /n. So now final output, if we'll see, we can get only Perl. So substring is useful, and you can extract value using particular string. You can use substr. Then we have a replacement also. So if you want to replace some parts of a string, you can use what we say regular expression, that is slash s, and then after that you can use. So for example, let's say I'll say here dollar a string hash string replacement, and for that we use basically s, and then we use slash. Let me show. So for example, here we have my space dollar, and I'll say sen, or let's say var 3 equal to, I'll say I love Perl, and I just wanted to change this var 3 with some other value. So I'll say var 3 and equal to s slash. So I wanted to change Perl with Python, right? Slash and then comma. And if I'll just print now var 3, so we can check output. Before that, let me just put here slash, not here, but we can just put here /n, so that we can we will be able to see the final output. So let's see here. It's saying that substring Python, and let me use operator. Alright, so here let me try to run again, and it's saying that, so the problem here is I missed dollar symbol. So let's try to run it now. So it is saying that line number 29 dollar is missing still. Let's write dollar and try to run again. So you can see it changed I love Perl to I love Python. And here if you see, we have used till, that this is called binding operator. If you will not use, then you will not get proper output. So you have to use binding operator along with whenever you are replacing any character. So binding operator is needed. Another thing is, you can see we are using multiple times /n, right? So instead of /n, if you want to use print something with new line, then we can use say, which is introduced in Perl 5 and later. And say, I can't locate method say in package, via package this, perhaps you forget. Pasting line number 29. Alright, for now we can just use print statement, and once it is done, we can just add here /n at the end of the file. So it will print in and go into the next line that we will use. Now after that, we can check another function from the string, which is called splitting and joining a string. So if you want to split a string, so split a string, we can use a split function. And if you want to join, then we can use join function. So for example, let's say we have data, or we can say my, let's say I'll say dollar data, it's a scalar. And suppose if you get data in this format, let's say we have 1 comma 2 3 4 something like this, and you want to split, and a split, so a split function will return array, right? Will return array. And to store array, what we have to use? We have to use at the rate symbol. I'll say for example here I'll say numbers equal to a split, and then I'll put our first what we wanted to split, I mean how we wanted to split, and then comma our data. So we will put data, and this way we have our data is splitted. And then if we want to print, I'll say print dollar numbers, and then we can just put here particular index. So it should print the output. For example, we get output 1. That means it printed one output. If we want to print all data, we can just put here at the rate and then try to see the output in array format. So complete array data it will print if we have just added at the rate numbers. Similarly, if you have some data available in we can say array form, and you want to make it a string, you can use join function. So for example here I'll say join text, right? So we can use for example I'll say my, and we have array, so equal to, I'll say let's say words equal to, and inside this I'll write, let's say 1 2 something like that. If can be any data. If we want to print output in the form of a string, then we can use my, and then I'll say a scalar dollar sentence equal to, I'll say join, and we wanted to join here with a space or comma, it's up to you, and then we have to write dollar words. So now this is created one, and then we can just say dollar sentences, and if you run it, you will see output 1 2 3, right? So this way you can just write. So if you want your output to be appended with pipe, you can use pipe as well. So output will be appended in this format. Now that you know how to work with strings in Perl, let's move our next topic, and in next topic we will see how we can take input from user and provide output. Thank you so much. See you in the next. Welcome back. In this lesson we will learn how to take user input and display output in Perl. Interacting with users is essential for creating dynamic programs, and Perl provides simple way to handle both input and output. So let's say if we need to print output in Perl, we have two options. One is either we can use print, and I'll say inside print hello Perl. Then I'll say /n. Now we can just run it, and I'll say user input hello Perl user input.pl hello Perl. We have another way we can use, which is called say. We have another method which is say, and using this function I'll say hello world. So the difference here is this say method is also similar to print. The benefit with say is you don't need to use /n every time. If I run now, okay, it's saying that the function is not available, so we can use here use features say. So we can use one inbuilt feature which is introduced in Perl 5. So if you are using Perl 5, you can use use feature say and then try to run it. So it will print hello world similar to the print statement. The benefit is that you don't need to use /n. It will always print in the next line. You can see. So going forward, we can just use say function instead of print function. This is one thing. And next thing, if we need to take input from user, then we can use, so let me just remove these things. I'll say only one method, and here I will say that we have enter your name, and we'll ask user to enter name. Then we can say my dollar and then name equal to, now here we can use stdin. Let's see if it is working or not, and then whatever data we get after that we can say print, or simply I'll say, and here I'll say hello and dollar name. So if I just wanted to run it, let's see how it will work. It will wait for your input, so I'll say Chandan Kumar, enter. So in final output you can see it's saying hello Chandan Kumar. So if you need to take input, you have to use angular bracket stdin, a standard input stdin. Now one more thing, whenever we are using stdin, we should also we can say remove the last character. And to remove the last character, by default it will add /n. So we use another function which is called chomp, 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 and then dollar name. So whenever you will write this chomp, it will remove the last line, last /n character. So for now output you will see same, but it is removing the /n from the end, so we should use always chomp. This is how you can simple take input. And if you have something, let's say if we can create some kind of calculator, and so I'll say here I'll say I enter first number. Alright, so what I'll do, my dollar num1 equal to, I'll use stdin. So it will take first number, then I will do chomp dollar num1. So now we have taken first input. Let's copy, paste again. I'll say enter second number. I'll say num2, and then we can just say my dollar sum equal to dollar num1 plus dollar num2, and this way we are just using addition, and then after that I'll print say, and here I'll say the sum is colon space dollar sum, and let's try to run it. So since we have not disabled this enter name, so it will still ask for that. So I'll write enter name. Let's say I'll say Chandan. Enter your first name. So first name, first number, so I'll say 100. Second number 300. Enter. So the final output you can see is 400. This is how simply you can take input in Perl, that we can use Angular stdin to get the input from the user. So Perl automatically convert a string into a number when used arithmetic operator, this operator. So this is one thing. Another thing is we can read multiple values as well, multiple lines as well, using the same stdin, and that thing we can do inside. So I'll just let me make it comment, and I'll say, let's say here, say enter multiple lines, and then we can say lines and type as stop in capital to end. So this is what we will do, and to complete this thing we can use while, and here I'll say my dollar line equal to, and here we will take input stdin. So so inside while loop we will take input from user and it will continuously work. We will do chomp to remove this last, slash n from the line, and then we can just do um, a comparison. So we can say last if dollar line eq equal to, and we can say if it is equal to a stop, then what we should do, we can, it will automatically stop if it will work, and we are just saying say you have entered, and here I'll just put the line. So the thing is, if this one is true, then your application will automatically stop, and else it will continuously work. So let's run it, enter multiple lines. So I'll say hi, you have entered hi, welcome, you have entered welcome. I'll say stop in capital letter, then application will terminate from here only. Application will terminate from here only. So it's like a chat thing. You, whatever thing you will enter, it will just print the output. So this is how you can simply take input, print output, and work on that part. So now you can interact with user input in Perl. Let's move further for the next topic. See you in the next video. Thank you so much. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore conditional statements in Perl, which allows us to make decision in our program. We will cover if, else if, and unless to control the flow of execution based on condition. So first thing, understand the basic condition. So whenever we write, we have conditional statements. So we write if, and then we have some condition. So I'll say condition, and then based on the condition we can execute this particular block if true. If condition is true, then execute this, else if condition is not true. So similar thing we can do here to execute this statement. So let's see, our first one is if condition. So I'll say here hash if statement. I'll say if statement, and in if statement block runs the code only if condition is true. For example, here I'll say my dollar age equal to, let's say I'll say 18, and I'll add condition here that if dollar age is greater than or equal to 18, then only execute and print here. So I'll say, since we have used a feature say, instead of say you can use print as well. So I'll say you are eligible to vote, and slash n is not required once you use that. So I'll say Perl, and then I'll say conditional block.pl. So it's saying you are eligible to vote. That means this condition is true. So this is simple if statement. And in case of else statement, so use the else statement we always use with if condition. You can't directly write else condition. So here if I put else, we can just put here else, and if condition is not true, then we can just put some message that you are not eligible. you are not eligible. For example, right now I have written 18, so let's say I am writing 17. So first condition will be false, then it will go here in else condition and try to print that. So you are not eligible. This is how you can use if and else condition. So similarly, we have, if let's say if we have multiple conditions, in that case you can use else if. So we have if, and then we can say that comma, I'll copy it and paste it here similar to that. So we can just say a space else if, and let me just copy paste here multiple times, else if, and then you can use else. So this way you can use multiple conditions, and based on that you can print the output. So we have here, we can say that we have one condition. If first condition will be true, then go to the next and so on. So this thing you can apply in the instead of age you can use marks, and I'll say, let's say marks equal to some value. So let's say I'll say 75, and I'll say that if marks is greater than 90%, right? In that case you can just print grade A or something like that, right? So I'll say grade colon A, right? I will use this one in all these things. It's just a simple program that you can also use else, right? So else you can say that F, right? That means you are failed. Now suppose if marks is greater than 90%, then do this. If marks greater than, let's say 75%, greater than equal to 75, then we can give B grade, right? If marks is greater than 50, then we can say C grade. If it's greater than 40, then we can say D grade, and so on, right? So right now it's 75, so it will come to this one, and it should print B grade, and so on. It will go further. Let me see. Okay, so we have to just change age to marks, and then here also say marks. Let's run again. So now you can see we are getting grade B. If we change it to 40 and try to run again, it will say grade D. So this is how we can use multiple if else condition in Perl. Now we have one more method which is called unless, and we use unless statement to run only if condition is false, else it will not run. So here we have let's say I'll say unless, and any condition that you want. So I'll say, let's say here my, and where $var equal to, let's say 0, and here I'm adding condition if it's not 0, right? If var, that means if it's not 0, then we can print something. So I'll say you don't have, right? You don't have value, it should anything, right? I'll say hi. Simply I just wanted to check what should be the output. So it's saying hi, right? So $0. So let's say if I'll put it 1 and run it, it will not print. So thing is, unless will only work if the value is 0. That means it's a false. In case of 1 or any other value, it will not work. So this is how we can use unless. The third thing is we have ternary operator, right? So I'll write here ternary operator. Ternary operator is basically question mark and colon, where we use two things in one line. Suppose here I'll say dollar age equal to, let's say 20, and then I'll say my message, right, equal to, here we can compare, right? So dollar age, let's say, is greater than equal to 18, right? Then question mark. If this is condition is true, then we can say I'll just write here adult, else I'll say minor. So if you see, we have used condition, then if else statement, right? So all the things we have used in one line, and this is our message, and we can just print our message. So I'll say or print, right? So if I'll use just print, then in that case I have to use, always remember to use dollar if you are using a scalar, else you will get error message /n and then semicolon. So let's run it again. We can see adult. It will automatically, I mean, first we will check and then it will go, if condition is true, then it will print else, print question mark, else it will go to the colon part. This is how we can use it. So now you understood conditional statement in Perl. Let's move our next topic, that is the loops. So we will see the loops and other condition on that. Thank you. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore looping structures in Perl. Loops allow us to execute a block of code multiple times until a condition is met. We will cover for each, while, until, and do while loops with some practical examples. So let's first see why we need loops. So loops helps to avoid repeating code and automate tasks efficiently. For example, let's say if we need to use, if we say without loops, then how you will say? I'll say print and we'll say hello Perl /n. Let's say I need to write this 3 times, then I have to write 3 times. But if we use with loops, right? So I'll say with loops. Then how we will do? We can use for loop, right? So we have for loop, for each loop, while loop, do while loop, right? So using for loop, we can start for, and then I'll say my dollar, and then I say I equal to 1, then I'll say dollar I should be less than equal to 3 because I wanted to run it 3 times. Then I'll say dollar I plus plus, and after that we can just print the same statement. So now if I'll run it and say loops perl loops.pl, you can see it's printing 6 times, means 3 plus 3, right? So you don't need to do these things 3 times. Instead of that, you can just use loops and it can print 3 times or 100 times, whatever thing you want. So second approach is always shorter and scalable. Now here in the loop, for loop, we can see that first statement, right? Before semicolon, we are saying this is initialization block. This is condition, and this one is increment decrement operator. So you can either increment or decrement. This is how our for loop works. So I'll say this is for loop. Let me just comment it. Now we can see for each loop. So we have another one which is for each loop. So how for each loop works? So for each loops, iterate over any array, processing each element one by one. So suppose if we have one array dollar, I'll say um, numbers equal to, and inside this I have some numbers, let's say 1 2 in double quote 3. It's kind of a string, and I wanted to print, so I'll just say for each, EACH, for each, and then you have to use variable my at the rate numbers, because this is our All right, so we have for each my, and then we have to use any new variable. So I'll say num, and inside braces we have to use at the rate numbers, the actual array that we wanted to iterate over it. And then we can simply say print, and whatever data available in this num, just print it with slash n. So here let's run first, and then we can see output. So we have 1 2 3. So simple. For each loop we have to use the array, and to access element we have to create a variable my num, and I'm always using my because we have used here a strict. If you remove this strict, like making it comment, then you don't need to use my, right? If you use, then also it's fine. If you will not use, then also it will work. So just use num and then try to run it. So this is how we can usually do that. So the advantage with this for each is you don't need to do manual indexing. It's shorter to work on that part. Next thing is that we have while loop. So for while loop, let me just make it comment. While loop is also similar to for loop. The only thing is we have to manually increment and decrement things. So for example, here I'll say directly I'll use dollar count equal to 1. I have initialized variable, then I'll say while dollar count is less than equal to 10, then start my loop and start printing. So I'll say count equal to, and I'll say percentage count, and then I'll say dollar count plus plus. So this loop will run until, and obviously we have to use slash n just to terminate. It will run until it will reach 10. So you can see count 1 2 3 and so on, it will go till 10. So everything is similar to for loop. The only thing is we are initializing outside, then we have condition, and then we have increment decrement operator. So this is one while loop. We have another loop is called until loop. It's opposite of while loop. So basically until loop runs until the condition become true. So if condition is true, for example while loop, it once the condition is true it will stop. But in case of unless, it will still running. So I'll say dollar count equal to 1. Let's do here unless, and I'll say dollar count is greater than, let's say 5, and then I'll just say print count, then do increment. Let's run it. So it is saying that 1, right, because the condition is true. So the until loops run until the condition become true. So here we have count equal to 1, and we are saying that count is greater than 1. So in this case actually we should write less than 5. Let's do, and it's not printing anything because the condition is false. So the difference between while loop and until is while runs while condition is true, and until runs while condition is false. So if I'll say not equal to 5, in this case the condition is true, so it is not going inside it. Let's say condition is equal to 1, so in this case it is printing 1. So this unless is basically used to do the opposite thing of while loop. Then we have another is do while loop. So in case of do while loop, what we do is we are doing the same thing as we are doing in while loop, except it will first check the condition and then perform the operation. So I'll say count equal to 1, do, and here we can just print count and increment it, print count, and then increment here this value, and after that put here while loop. So while, and then here I'll say count is less than equal to 5. So now it will run 5 times. 1 2 3 4 5. So suppose if condition is false, then also at least first time it will work. So let's say I wanted to start from 100 and run it. So at least it will print 100 and then it will go and check the condition. So this is how usually we use loops in Perl. Mostly if we have arrays, then we use for each, and in other cases we use either for loop or while loop. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next topic and we will see a few more things from the loops only. Thank you. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore Perl's loop control statement, that is next, last and redo. These commands help us control the flow of loops, allowing us to escape iteration, exit loop early, or restart the iteration without rechecking condition again and again. So let's dive in. I'll do is I'll just let me copy for loop, and here let me just comment this one. So now here if you'll see my $I equal to 1 and I wanted to, let's say, run till 10, and inside this what I will do, I just print the $I. So here I'll say $I, and instead of print I'll just use say for now, just to print the value. So it will print 1 to 10 as you can see here. Now we wanted to control this output, and how we can do? So I'll say next if $I modulus operator 2 equal to 0. That means here we are saying that we are using next, right? So next, what next will do is next, let me write here, next escapes the current iteration and move to the next line. This one will do the next, then we have last will do as exit the loop immediately. Exit the loop immediately. And then we have a redo. So what redo will do is it will restart the current iteration. So we have to just check this. So whenever if condition, right, this condition met, then do next. That means don't print that. In this case, what we are trying to do is it will only it will only print the odd numbers because even numbers are filtered out. Let's run it. You can see it is printing 1 3 5 7 9, because whenever the value is 2, then in this case condition is checking, and if it is true, then it will perform next. That means move to the next line. Don't print the statement, move to the next line. And suppose instead of this, if we use last, right? So let me just comment this part and I'll use the same thing here I'll say instead of next, I'll say last. That means we wanted to end here. As soon as this value will reach, we wanted to end loop. So it's exit. Kind of last is used as exit the current iteration itself. Then we have another thing which is redo. If you use redo, then redo repeat the current iteration without rechecking the loop condition. So I can try here, although we can explain, I'll explain in another example. So let's try here redo. If condition will match, then redo. That means jump to this one and perform again. So you can see it's in a loop, right? It's currently in running and we have to terminate because the condition will always be running, right? So it will never stop actually. So this is how we can do that. If user enter basically we are trying to use redo for validating user input and retrying operation. So in that case, we can just use these three functions that we have available. So now you understood the current working of loop control along with the um, along with the condition that we are using next, last, and redo. We will utilize these things in coming sessions. So thank you so much for watching. See you in the next. Now in this session, we will we will create some real interactive practical example, and we will see that how we can use the Perl script to create real world examples. For example, here I have created one game which is number guessing game just to show the Perl feature and how we can utilize all the things that we have learned so far, while loop, operators, and all those things. So the thing is, let me run first and then we will explain the code. So I'll just say Perl and here number guessing game.pl. It's saying that guess the number between 1 and 100 and 10. So I'll say let's say 5. So it's saying congratulations, you guessed it right. Let's run it again. I'll say 2. Try again. 4. Try again. 6. Try again. So it's just guessing game, right? 5. 9, right? So now it is matched with the 9. So congratulations, you guessed it right. So what logic here we applied is that you can see int, it will convert into the integer format, and then it's saying random 10. Just pick any random value and then add 1 in that. So we have that secret number is coming here. Then we are saying that guess the number between 1 to 10, and then we are saying while 1, that means while true, the run this loop, right? This loop should run infinite times. Now here we are taking input from user and removing the last slash and new line, and checking that the entered user entered value is equal to the value that is generated randomly. If it is not matching, then we can say too low. If it is going higher, then we are saying too high. Else we are simply saying that congratulations, you guessed it right. And then we are saying last. That means just exit from here, right? So we use last operator to exit. If we use next, then it will go to the next loop again, and your loop will never terminate. So this is one simple program. Another program also I have created is simple calculator, where you can just choose. So if you see that it will ask first, it will run infinite time until unless you are not writing exit. So user will enter that value, and if the value is equal to exit, then last, that means terminate here. Else go to the next and choose the operator. You will choose operator in that programs. In same program we are taking 2 times input, not only 2 but more than that. So first is to number 1, second number 2, and then operator, and based on the operator performing the operations. So here the result, operator equal to plus, then do plus, else perform these things. So let's run here. So I'll say Perl and I'll say simple calculator. Now in this simple calculator it is saying enter first number, so I'll say let's say 100. Choose operator, so I'll say strict. Then choose, then it's saying enter second number, so I'll say 300. So now it is just multiplying 100 with 300, but still it's running. It's saying enter first number, so I'll say 10. Operator, so I'll say plus, then it's saying second number. Now we get 40. It will run infinite time until unless you are not writing exit. Now your loop is completed and your program is terminated. So this is how you can create simple program in Perl. You can see without doing any extra work, you can still use that thing. So this is the way we can work on Perl, and we can do that, right? So now that we have learned how we can build interactive script, in the next chapter we will learn few more things related to other stuff like file handling and more stuffs that we can see further. Thank you. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore functions, which is subroutines in Perl. Functions allow us to write reusable blocks of code, making our programs more modular and efficient. Let's get started. So here question is, what are functions in Perl? A function, or we can say subroutine, is a reusable block of code that performs a specific task and can be called as multiple times. So benefit is that avoid duplication, makes code easier to read and maintain, helps in debugging and scaling application. So let's define a first function, or we can say subroutine in Perl, and we define a function using sub keyword. So just we can write sub space, and then here we can say function underscore name and start curly braces, and here you can write code that you want to execute, code to execute, the simple, right? So for example, let's say I'll say function is greet, and inside this we can just say um, welcome to Perl program, terminate it, and then if we want to call it, simply we can say greet and then function. Now this is how you can just write your program, your subroutine function. So if I just wanted to run, I'll write here Perl space subroutine, enter. So now you can see we get output welcome to Perl program. Similarly, you can write here. Even let me try, if we can just paste here and then function is declared after that. Let's try to run it. Still it will work. So it doesn't matter where you define your function, it will always work. So next thing is, we can see how we can pass the argument in this function. So suppose here if we just wanted to pass name, let's say I'll say Chandan. Now function we have declared greet and without any parameter mentioned here in the subroutine. So just to take that input you have to use my, and then inside braces you have to use a scalar variable name, any name you can choose, equal to, and then at the rate, and then underscore. So whenever you will use at the rate, underscore, and semicolon, that means at the rate underscore will take, so basically at the rate underscore is Perl's default array holding function arguments, we can say. So from this array holding we are just trying to get the first variable, first data, which is name, and then if you want you can just write here dollar name. It will call. So let's run it, and here you can see welcome to Perl program Chandan. Simply it will print. Suppose if you have more than one variable, more than one argument, something like this Chandan Kumar, how you will get that? So you will have only this function at the rate underscore. Now here you can say that this is our first name, and then you can use dollar, and then you can say L name, last name. So first name and last name, you can just print here that last name, L name, and then this one will be called as F name. Let's run it. You can see we get the output. It's quite simple. You can pass a number of argument in the function or subroutine. To get it, you have one option which is at the rate underscore, and then with the help of dollar you can extract the value from that function, and if you want to return that thing also you can do. So suppose if you create just here one function which is sub add function, right? And inside add you just need to um, declare here, I'll say dollar num1, or for short one I first write n1 dollar n2, and this value we will get from at the rate underscore semicolon, and then just return it. So I'll say dollar n1 plus dollar n2. We just wanted to add it, and now to call I'll just say add, and here I'll say 20 and then 30. So now these two value will be added, but it will not print as we are returning it. So we just need to write one more variable. I'll say result equal to, whenever we declare variable we need to use dollar and then print it. So I'll say either you can use print function or you can just use save function. So in print I'll say sum colon, and then I'll say dollar result. So here it will print the output. So you can see the output is sum 50. This is how we can easily use sum or use our subroutine or function. Now we have one more method which is a shift method, shift keyword, which is default parameters. And in Perl, instead of using at the rate underscore, you can also use shift. The only thing is whenever you will use shift, you have to get the data in the same sequence. So retrieve values one by one. For example, let me just do here, instead of writing at the rate, I'll do, I'll create here my dollar $n1 equal to shift semicolon, then my dollar $n2 equal to shift, and then it will again add that. So instead of using, since we wanted to pass here two parameters, so we have to write shift two times, and then let's run it. So you can see we are getting 50 output. Now the one benefit that you can have is shift is you can check the value, and if value is empty, in that case you can assign some default value, and to assign you can use this double pipe, and then let's say I'll say 1, or let's say 0. So since we are adding, and suppose if value 30 is given, then it's fine, it will add 20 plus 30. But suppose if this value is not given, right, we have only one argument, in that case what will happen, this shift will consider as empty, and instead of, and in that case 0 will be assigned to n2, and you will not get any error. So this is how you can use default parameter in Perl. So now next thing that we can see is how we can use function inside loop. So for example, here we have the same function, I can use any loop, and then based on that we can get the value. So suppose I'll create here sub factorial. So suppose if we have something this kind of use, then how you will do that? So I'll say my, and inside I'll use dollar n, this is the value, and we'll get from @_ and now what we will do, return 1 if $n equal to 0. So this is the first base. If n is 0, then return 1. Else what we can do, return $n and into, we can just call the same function again. This is how we can write factorial, and inside this I'll pass $n minus 1. So this is how we are calling function into function. This is recursive function. And now thing is how we will call it. So suppose if we need to print let's say factorial of 1 to 5, then what, then how we will do that? So if we have single function, right, so I'll just write here factorial, and if we have to store it and then print it. So I'll just say let's say I'll say my $res equal to, and let's say I'll pass here 10. I wanted to see the factorial of 10, and then what we will do, we'll print it. So I'll say print result equal to $res. So let's first check this and then we'll add into the loop. So now factorial of 10 is this, right? So if we want to check the 5 factorial, let's check. So 5 factorial is 120. So I'll say factorial, right? So factorial is 120. Now you can call this function inside loop as well. So for that we can say for, and here I'll say my $I, and then you can give the range. So I'll say 0 dot dot 5, and this is the range. That means it will take value from 0 to 5. I value will be assigned from 0 to 5, and then we can just calculate it and print it. So here I'll say instead of 5, I'll say $I, and in this case it will just print it. Let's put /n, so we can check the value one by one. So you can see factorial of 0 is 1, and then for factorial of 1 is also 1, then 2, 6, 24, and then 120. This is how you can call function inside any loops. So now that you know how to define and call function, or we can say subroutine, in next session we will learn more about the scopes and variables, local variables, and will make our application in that way. So we can see the passing argument, returning value, those things we can consider inside it. Thank you so much. Welcome back. In this lesson we will deep dive into passing arguments and returning value in the Perl functions. We have already seen how functions works, and but now we'll explore more how to pass the values and return the values, multiple values in from one function. So as you have seen here, that if we need to pass any argument to a function, we can just use either shift or we can use @_, and then we can get values one by one. Now I'll show you one more example here where how we can return if we have more than one value. So let's say if we need to get min and max value from the same function, and we'll try to get the input. So for example, suppose we have a function sub, and I'll say get min and max. So we have here function, I'll say my, and @, because we have a function, so I'll say numbers equal to @_. So now I have just stored these parameter into a variable numbers, which is array type, and then from this I'll say @, and I will say $min, and we'll take the first two element and then try to get the value from there, and we will iterate it. So I'll say dollar numbers 0, this is the first value, then similarly I'll say max, and here in this case I'll say max is 1. Just we are trying to calculate min and max from the given array, and for that what we will do, we will use here for each loop, and then I'll say my, and then we'll say $num, and here we'll pass our array numbers. So now from numbers we are getting num, and then we'll check if this num is greater than this min or not. So what we will do here is we'll write $min equal to $num if $num is less than $min. So now suppose if given if whatever first number that we get from the array, if this number is less than min, that means we can consider this number is min number, and we can assign that to min. Same thing we can do for max. Just only we will switch the case here. So I'll say max if num is greater than the min, greater than the max, right? We are calculating two things in one. So we are saying num greater than max. In that case we can just keep that. So by the end we will get both things. Now to return, what we can do, inside the braces we'll say $min, and then we'll say $max. So now we have these two values available, min and max, and if you wanted to check how it will work, then what we can do here is we'll call this method get min max, and here we'll have to pass the value. So suppose I'll say 10, 4, 5, 20, then I'll say 8, 15, anything, any value you can pass here, and then I'll do here one variable I will create, and then how you will take, because it is returning two values, so we have to use this braces, and I will say here that min value, any variable you can write, and then we'll say $max value. So min and max value now we have available. Let's print it. So I'll say min equal to $min underscore val, and then I'll say max equal to $max val. Let's try to run it, and we can check if we are getting output properly or not. So if you see, we get min equal to 4, max equal to 20. That means in Perl you can return more than one value together at the same time from the subroutine or function. This is how we can utilize and make our code maintainable, so that we can easily use subroutines in our program. Thank you. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore built-in functions in Perl. Perl provides a rich set of predefined functions for handling strings, numbers, arrays, and more. Mastering these functions will help you to write efficient and concise code. So let's dive in. First of thing, what are built-in functions? So built-in functions are predefined subroutines in Perl that perform a common operation without requiring additional cost. So we have few categories of built-in functions. So I'll write here, we can say a string functions, and inside string functions for text manipulation, and then we can say we have numeric functions, then we have third, I'll say array and list functions, then we have file handling functions, then I'll say we have time and date functions, and so on. We can have many different use cases. So let's see first with a string. And although we have seen these things in the string topic that we have seen in the previous video, that we have, let's say, some function, we can use length function and so on. So I'll just copy it and paste it here. So let's say this is our method. I'll say one variable. So we have this variable where, and we wanted to check the length. So we can directly use length function. It can tell us the total number of characters available in this particular variable. So to run it, I'll say Perl built-in function, and here we get var 10. So we have instead of print, I'll say, so that we don't need to write new line again and again. Let's run it. 10. So total character available in this particular variable is 10. Similarly, we can have other thing. For example, we have used, that is in a string, that lowercase, uppercase, right? You can see we have lowercase, uppercase, you see first. So these all functions will come under built-in function. I'll simply paste it and we'll run it. So you can see we have a small uppercase, lowercase, and then we have first letter capital, second, and then first letter lowercase. These things we can use. We have also seen substring, we have index function, and so on. We can use multiple different functions that is available for a string, which is inbuilt functions. Second thing that we can check is numeric functions. So Perl has built-in functions to handle mathematical operations easily. For example, let's say if we want to um, convert any number to integer, in that case what we use int function. So I'll just write here, instead of print, I'll say int. We have int, and let's say if you pass some value which is not integer, in that case it will just convert it and print it in integer format. So you can see we get output 5. So int 5.9, it will return as 5. Similarly, we have random functions. So I'll say random, rand, and here you can pass the number. So what exactly it means, that we want any random number between 0 to 10. So if I'll run now again, you can see we get some number, some numeric value here, but it will be between 1 to 10 only. And if you want it in integer, then you can write on top of that, you can again put int, so you will get actual whole number from that. So you can see we get 8. Let's run again, we get 7, we get 2, and so on you will get. So these all are numeric functions. We have a square root. If you want to get generate the square root, you can use sqrt function, and inside this you can just write value and you will get a square root of 25, which is 5. So from that you will get the value. And so we have many different inbuilt functions available to handle numeric operations. You can just see the documentation and you will get many more from there. Next thing that we can see is array and list. So for the array, let's declare here one variable. I'll say my @ let's say I'll say fruits equal to, and then we can say here we have apple, and then we'll say we have banana, right? In this particular array we can just use push function, push inbuilt function, and we can use here @fruits because we wanted to push inside this. And I'll say, let's say cherry. So now cherry will be available inside this fruit, and if you just print here, I'll say just print @fruits. So let's check, and we can see we have apple, banana, cherry. These all things will be available, right? So this is how we can directly write inside it. if we want, we can put it in double quote and we'll add /n for the new line. Similarly, we have a pop method to remove element, shift, unshift if we want to add element in the beginning, or if you want to delete element from the beginning, we can use shift and unshift. And similarly, we have unshift. We can also use short function. So suppose if I'll use print, and here I'll say short, and inside this function short I'll try to pass here directly, let me see, at the rate fruits. So if you see, it is doing like that way. Let's just cut from here and add in this way, and we'll try to check if it's sorting or not. So now we have banana, apple, cherry. So now in final output we can see apple, banana, cherry. That means this sort function is sorting properly. Even since this is function, so if I'll do like this way, it should also work in that way. So it's printing that. And if you put just inside double quote and /n, so output will be like this way. So I'll short banana, right? So we can, right, in this case we have to just store it first in other variable and then we have to print it, then it will be printed. So like this way we can have multiple different inbuilt functions. Similarly, we can use file handling, and using that we can also, so in file handling we have open, print, close, right? So that way you can do that. So suppose if you want to write file or read data line by line, then what you can do is that, let me try here. So I'll say open, and inside that you have to use a function. So I'll say dollar my dollar, and then I'll say file handling. This is one variable. Then we have to use this symbol to open the file, and after that we can say the file name that we wanted to get output from there. So if you want to read the file, so you have to just put here file name output.txt. We will see that thing later. And or I'll say if we have any error, then we can say or die with some message, right? So here I'll say can't, cannot, let me put it in double quote, cannot open file. And this way you can just open file, and then using th we can say while, and here my dollar line, I'll say less than, and here we have to just write the, we have to just write dollar file handling. So this way it will start reading data from here, and then after that you can just print dollar line, and after performing all things we can just say close dollar fh. So this way we can use where we, if you see, right, we have open function, we have close function, right, we have other functions like th, right, print, these all are inbuilt functions. So right now it's saying can't open file because this file is not available, so it will not be able to read. So let's say instead of that, if I'll say a string.pl, let me check if it will work or not. So you can see inside the string.pl, whatever lines of code we have written, it's now printing all those lines. So we are able to read data from that file. Now another thing is that we can also use, let me just comment it, we can also use time and date function, which is very useful. So for example, we have time function to get the current timestamp. I'll say and time, just write time semicolon. It should print time. You can see it's printing time in this format. I'll say /n. So you can see it's printing time. in numeric format, right? Re- Number seconds since 19, number of seconds since 1970. And if we want format in local, then we have to use something called, let's just say a scalar. We need to convert into a scalar, and then we can say local time. Let's try. Now you can see it's returning in this format. And what about if I'll just say time? It's still printing that way. So we have time and then local time. So in local time, it will return exactly the time that is happening right now with the local timestamp. So now you know how to use built-in functions. In next lesson, we will explore the other topics. That is, we'll see a scope and variables in this subroutines, how we can use that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore a scope and variable persistence in Perl subroutines. Understanding variable scope is crucial to avoid unintended side effects in your code. We will cover global, lexical, and persistent variable and how they affect your Perl programs. So let's dive in. First thing is understand variable scope in Perl. We have basically three primarily scopes. So I can say that um, Perl has three scopes. First one is, I'll say, global scope, which is defined using out. We use out variables and it is accessible throughout the entire project, entire script. So I'll say accessible throughout the entire script. Then second one is we have lexical scope, and lexical scope we declare using my restricted to restricted to block or subroutine or function. And then third one is persistent scope. So persistent scope we declare using a state variable and a retain value across multiple functions. So I'll say retains value across multiple function calls. So we'll see one by one, and let's start with global. So I'll say here first one is global scope, and to declare global scope, what we can do, we'll write out dollar and we'll say global var equal to, let's say, 10. And to access it, we can simply create one subroutine. I'll say sub show global. Show global. This is our function. Inside this, we can say print, and I'll say global variable, and then we can say dollar. Just write variable name, nothing else to do much, and it will be accessible. Let's run it. To run, we have to just call this function here, and we can say Perl space scope.pl. Here it is saying that something, line number 12 and then line number 14, global variable require explicit package name. Do you declare a scope variable? Forget compilation error. Oh, it's our, our. Instead of out, we have to write our. So let me just correct it again, our, and save it. Let's run again. You can see if you declare global scope, we have to declare with our, and then we have my for lexical, and then state is for the persistent scope. So using this now accessible throughout the entire script. This variable can be accessible inside subroutine, outside, everywhere. What happens if I'll just write here instead of our my? Let's try to access it. Still it is accessible. The only thing is because this one is comes under the routine. That means we have declared directly outside, so it will be accessible. So first one is our, and this is we can directly access. The one of the drawback of declaring global variable is that if you change this value, or if any other subroutine will change this value, it will reflect that one to other variable. It is very difficult to track. Then second one is lexical scope. So lexical is if you declared something, let's say I'll say my dollar, I'll say lexi var equal to 10, and you can access this variable here. That's not a problem. Let's say I'll say lexi variable. Let's put it here. There is no issue. If you just run, you will see output. But if we try to access this lexical variable outside the function, or just anywhere outside, you will not be able to access it because the scope is limited to subroutine, right? But if you declare any variable with our, you can access that. So now we can declare here using lexical scope my, and then using that lexical scope you can directly declare lexical scope variable. So here one of the thing that we need to note is that best practices is always use my for variable that should not persist outside their intended scope. It should be limited to this function. Then we should always use my. If anything which we wanted to declare globally, we should use our. Then next thing is we have persistent. Persistent variable is we declare with state. So sometimes we want a variable to retain its value between function calls without being global. This is where state comes in. So for example, if you want to use any state, in that case what we have to do, we'll have to use the persistent scope state. We have to import or use a feature which is called feature, I'll say state, and using that we can this particular state is required, so you have to use it. And now let's create here another function. I'll just make it comment for now, and to make it we have to write one function. I'll say sub counter, and here inside counter we can say state dollar count equal to 0. So initially our count is 0. Now what we will do, dollar count plus plus. We have incremented value 1, and then we'll say, and inside this we can say count equal to dollar count. So now we have this function available. Let's use this function counter 2-3 times. Just we wanted to check whether the value is retained or not. Let's run it. You can see value count 1, count 2, count 3. This is happening because of the state. So if we will not use a state, and instead of that, let's say if I use just my, then always your data will be same 1 1 1 1. So if you want something that your state should be saved, then you should use a state feature which is already inbuilt, and change instead of my you can use a state, and then your data will be persistent. So each time counter function is called, it will remember the previous value and then it will increment it. So we can say this is a kind of caching which is already inbuilt. So this is how we can use these three scopes in our program. See you in the next. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will discuss best practices for writing reusable code in Perl. Writing clean and efficient reusable code in Perl, your program should be more maintainable and scalable. So let's go over with some key principles and techniques that we should use. So first thing that we can, I'll just make it comment the other function that we have already written previously. Let's make it comment. So here first best practices is, I can say, use modular programming. So we should use modular programming, and to use modular programming we can say that your code should be in the form of sub function subroutine, right? And that way you should write. So for example, if you need to add 1 plus 2, you can use sub add, and then based on the input you can perform your code here, right? So this is how first thing you should do, use modular programming. Second thing that you can do is use Perl modules. So I'll say use Perl modules, like we can say use and require, right? So these kind of things you can include in your program for making it more efficient. So for example, we have built-in function, I'll say print int, right? So if we have something 4.9, so right, 4.9, in this way it will give us the exact data that we want, it will cast it. So we have these inbuilt function that we should always use in our program. And if you have more than one file and you wanted to include one file to another, you can use required function to include. So whenever we use means inbuilt function require that you have to import the file. Then second, it is saying third is follow dry approach. So dry means don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself. Dry approach. That means if you find yourself copying the same code multiple times, move it in function or module. For example, if you have to calculate some discount, then writing again and again is not a right way. You have to always remember dry approach. Don't repeat yourself. If the same module, same code is using again and again, you should create module and separate it out. Fourth approach that we should use is use meaningful variable and function names. So saying that avoid single letter variable names and use a good practice. For example, if you need to have total price, then you should create variable name something like my, and then you can say dollar total underscore price equal to 10 instead of simply writing TP, right? So TP is, for example, this is good approach, but if you are writing dollar TP, right, equal to 10, then this approach we should not do. So this is not the right approach. Always use meaningful name for the variable and function, and it will help you to debug your program and can avoid any potential error. So next thing we should do is let me write fourth And then I'll say one more rule that we should do is use a strict and warnings for safer code. We have to always include, here you can see, a strict and then warning. So if you use any, um, wrong practice, then these two things will help you to prevent error, and it can prevent accidental variable use and syntax. Then another approach could be pass argument properly in the function, use the default values in the functions, and return values instead of directly printing values inside inside the function or subroutine. So these all are um, some of the best practices we should do while writing code. Thank you. Let's see in the next video. Welcome back. In this lesson we will introduce regular expression, regex, in Perl, a powerful tool for text processing and pattern matching. Whether you are validating user input, searching for patterns, and or manipulating strings, regex can make your code more efficient. Let's dive in. First question is, what is regular expression? So here a regular expression or regex is a sequence of characters defining a search pattern. Use case can be searching for a specific word in or pattern, validating email address, phone number, or any formats, extracting or replacing parts of a string. So here basic syntax of regex in Perl is, in Perl we use the equal to and this tilde operator with m, which is match slash slash, or s for substitute. If you just want to match, you have to use m, or if you want to substitute, you have to use s and then triple slash. For example, you can see here, I'll just copy it and we'll go in our code, and here let's paste it. So our script is my text equal to welcome to Perl programming. I wanted to just check whether Perl word is available in this particular sentence or not. If it is available, then we can just print it, else it will say false. So let's run it. And to run, what I'll do, we can just click on terminal as usual we do, and then here we will write Perl and then regex.pl. So it is saying match found. So this is how you can simple match. Always remember, you have to use this tail symbol. If you will use direct equal to or any other symbol, it will not work. So right now it's working. The only thing is it will not work because we are giving that value. So always use this one, right? We are not using here. Let me try with adding a strict and warning just to make our application or code efficient. Let's see, it's working. Let's remove and do with double equal to. So you can see it's giving us unintentional use of this. So instead of it's saying that we should not use equal to, and instead of that we should always use tail symbol with the pattern matching. Second thing we can check here is that regex delimiter. So we are using different delimiters. A standard is forward slash, and whenever we are using, we can just use forward slash and then Perl. Now a special character matching that we can do here in Perl is, we can use dot for any character except a new letter. For example, slash c dot t matches cat, cut, or any letter which is in between that. a start of a string. So we use cap, and here we have world, and it will just check whether the character or a string is a starting of that string or not. So hello world, here hello is available in this word, so you will get correct. If you are just putting world, then you will not get output correct, so it will be false. Dollar symbol is used to end of a string. Slash d, backward slash d for any digit 0 to 9, and it will check whether given a string contains any digit or not. Any word character, either it is small or capital 0 to 9, we can use W. Any white space, tab, new line, you can use slash S, which is for new line, for any space. Now next thing is we can use quantifiers. So quantifiers specifies how many times pattern should appear. So here if you use a strict, that means 0 or more times. So we have here BA strict, that means we can have BA multiple times like this way. Plus is 1 or more times. Question mark is 0 or 1 time. And in braces you can write n, that means exactly n number of times. For example, D3, that means we are looking for any digit with which is having 3 digits. In that case we can say D and then n. Next thing is we have n and then comma and without anything, just a blank. In this case you can say that at least n times, at least n times. So we have 2 and then blank, that means either it would 2 or 3 or 4, but if you will put 1, then it will be false. So this is one thing. Extracting 3 digits, so we are just checking whether it's a 3 digit or not, so we can print that way. Now here matching multiple options. So if we have multiple options, we can use OR operator. And similar to that one, you can see Perl or Python or Java, then your output will be true, else it will be false. Next thing is capturing groups or extracting matches. So here parentheses capture the match part of the string. For example, let me just copy it and paste here. Now here we have Alice is 25 years old. What we are doing is we are checking word and is 25. That means any name is 25, I mean any digit. If this is matching, right, it should be word and in between is, and then after that any digit. Then we should print it. Now the thing is, if you see while printing, if you are using any braces, that means the output from the braces will be $1, output will be from another braces will be $2. So in the final output you will see that it will print name and age. So it's just used to filter or get the output from that we are extracting the value from there. Similarly, we can substitute text. We can replace that using slash s and triple slash. For example, here we can see I love Java, and then you can replace Java with Perl. That means slash, and then in first you can write the matching one, and then what do you want to replace. It will be replaced from that. Similarly, we have removing extra spaces, right? We can see the validating email address, and here we can see the example. It should be, it should start with either 0 to a small letter or capital, or 0 to 9, and then after that it can also contain dot and underscore, percentage, plus, minus, and then after it is saying that there should be at the rate in that email, and then any 0 to 9 and dot, after that it should be this thing, and it should end with at least 2 character. So if we can see here 3, that is also fine, but if it's only 1, then it will be false. So something like that. This is how you can use pattern or regex in Perl. See you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. Now in this video, we will see pattern matching and substitutions in Perl with few examples. So here, if we can see that we are matching pattern and we are using slash forward slash and then the matching word and slash. So here, one thing you should note that it will match exact word, exact font, right? So if I'll just write here Perl this, and you can see we are getting no match. That means there is no exact match with the Perl. So if you just want to ignore case sensitive, then you should use here I. And this I will remove and make it insensitive. So you can see now we get match found. This is one trick that you should remember. And for substitute, we can just use slash and then s, right? So if we just wanted to replace anything, for example, let's say if I'll write here in this one only, I'll say dollar text equal to and then tilde, and here I'll say slash s forward slash, and what we are looking here, we are looking Perl should be replaced with capital Perl, or let's say with Java. Then I'll say slash and G. If you are using G, that means you wanted to replace all the matching output. And then after that we can say print dollar text and we can check the output. So you can see now, welcome to Java programming. So here this one is replacing. Now let me show you what will happen if I'll just remove equal to tilde sign symbol and then try to run it. So you can see it's saying that whenever we are using substitutions, we should use the tilde symbol here. So it's a basic rule that whenever you are using a regular expression, just use equal to tilde symbol. It will make you easy to remember the things. Similarly, we have also already seen how to validate email ID and replace the text. Thank you. See you in the next video. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Perl programming master course. In this video, we will see how we can use meta characters, quantifiers, characters, classes in this Perl. So first one is meta characters, that is dot, cap, dollar, slash d, w, s, word, d for digits, word or spaces. So here we can check with one example that, for example, we have text equal to hello 123 and we wanted to check whether the digit is available here or not. So we can just use d and plus, which we have already seen, which it will print that contains number. So here it is saying that dot we use matches any character except new line. Tilde cap we are using matches the start of a string. Dollar end of a string. Slash d digits. W for words and slash s for white spaces. These meta characters you should always remember while doing programming. Another thing is we have quantifiers. Quantifiers is strict, plus, question mark, and that means how many times the particular character or match should occur. For example, here we are saying hello and we are saying that O, and after that we are using braces and 2, that means we are saying at least 2 times O should be there. And then if that is the case, then we can print O repeated, that O found, right? So this is one thing we should remember, where strict is 0 or more times, plus is 1 or more times, and question mark is 0 or 1 time. If you are using question mark, that means either it's 0 or 1. Then we are saying and, that means exact match, and then comma, blank, that means we are saying at least n times. So this quantifier is also very important while writing programs. Another thing is we are using character classes. that is the braces. And for example, here we can see we have apple and just wanted to check whether a, e, I, o, u is available in this particular word or not. Then if vowel is available, then we can say contains vowel. So it will just match all the characters, any character available in this one or not. That is, we can use this braces. A, E, I, O, U match any one vowel, A to G, and then a small a to G match any letter. 0 to 9 match any digit, and here we will say match anything except vowels. So if you will just add this symbol, caret symbol, it will just say that except vowel match anything. So this is how we can do that. Now next thing is matching phone number. So we are saying that we can, it should be 10 digits. So we are saying D and then 10. That means it should be exact 10 digit. And it should end with dollar. That's why we are using it. If we wanted to check the alphanumeric email or username, then we can say that we have A to G and then underscore, which is allowed any of these, and at least it should be 5 character and maximum it should be 15 characters. So the length also you can mention in that username. So this is how we can use meta characters, quantifiers and character classes in Perl. See you in the next video. Hello everyone. In this lesson, we will see advanced regex techniques in Perl, which is look ahead, look behind, and grouping. This is also very important part to understand the regex. So let's start here with first one, that is positive look ahead, which is question mark and equal to. Ensuring a pattern exists ahead. For example, match hello if only if followed by world. So we are saying hello world, and in the matching we are saying world hello, and then after that we are saying question mark equal to and slash s world. That means we are saying that match hello only if it is followed by world. That means it is next character is next word is world. Then we are saying match found. If anything else, then we will say false. So this look ahead is very important for the application, where we can say question mark equal to 3 dot ensure world appears after hello but does not capture it. Next thing is negative negative look ahead, which is question mark and not symbol, ensuring pattern does not exist ahead. That is hello only, match hello only if not followed by world. So hello everyone, for that we can use question mark and not symbol. Then we have positive look behind, and for positive look behind we can use question mark and then less than equal to symbol. So match world only if it is preceded by hello. So here we are checking starting with world but checking if it is followed by hello or not. So in that case we can use question mark less than equal to symbol. Similarly, we can see for negation one, that is question mark and less than not equal to. In this case, match world if only if not preceded by hello. So here we can say hi. If it is hello, then you will get false. But if it's hi, which is not hello, then in that case you can use not symbol, just to ensure that it is working fine. Now, one more thing, important thing that we have already seen, that is grouping and capturing. So if we have text, word, sentence, and from that we wanted to extract something, we can use grouping things. We can use braces, small braces, and then using dollar sign you can get that value. This is the thing that we have also seen. If you don't want to get that capture, then you have to use question mark and colon. Then though that value you will not get from that dollar symbol. $1, $2, that will not belong in that particular part. Similarly, extracting domain from email ID. So if we have this email ID, we wanted to extract only example.com, then we can use look behind and grouping. So here we can say that question mark less than equal to at the rate, that means it should start with start after that at the rate, and then it should contain dot. If that is true, then get that value, because we have used this braces. So in that case we can get domain $1 and we can get value from there. So we can see little bit more real-time example in the next lesson. See you there. Thank you. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will see a real-world application of Perl regular expression, which is log processing, data extraction. So Perl's powerful regex capability make it excellent choice for handling real-world text processing tasks such as log files analysis, data extraction, text manipulation, etc. So some of the examples are, for example, scenario you need to extract IP address from a web log file. So here log entries are something like that. You wanted to get this IP address. So how you will do that? So we have here one entry. So I'll just copy it and let's go in our code and then we can see from there. So I'll just create another file. So I'll say real example regex.pl. Here let's paste it and we'll try to run it. So for that I'll say Perl and then we'll say real example Perl. So now if you see, we get here IP address from this log. So what we have done, we have here regular expression which is saying that digit then dot again digit then dot again digit. So if this pattern is matching, it's matching here, then get that all the value from the first matching one, that is $1, because we have used only one braces which is grouping the things. Similarly, we can see here next is extracting timestamp from logs. So for example, if we have this log and we wanted to extract the timestamp from that, so what we can do, we have, let me just copy it, or we can directly see from here. We are checking that it should be dot date, sorry, digit, then we have word, again digit, at least it should be one time, then we are saying that colon, then again digit and digit, colon colon. So something like that we wanted to get completely, right, because it's matching the pattern as well, and in that case we will get the exact matching patterns. So this is how we can get the value from the regular expression. Similarly, if we wanted to extract email ID from the file, for example, if we have this file, we wanted to get the email ID, we can capture using that. So let's say I'll just copy it. Let's go here and paste it. So our file is support@example.com and test. So let's run it and we can. So here I have changed it double quote to single quote and then trying to run it again. So we can see here extracted email ID is, it's printing here because we have used while loop. So if we have multiple matches, it will run for the array and then it will print one by one all the numbers that is available, all the email IDs that is available. Same thing, we can validate phone numbers. So if we have phone numbers, we can validate that we have already seen. Next thing is extract URL from a web. So for example, if we have, let me just copy it and I'll say, let's go and print it. So we have suppose one HTML which is written something like this, and we wanted to extract the web address, right? So we can use this one and then based on that we can extract the URL from here. So ahref, and this is the URL. We can use something like this regex. So regular expression is very important. We can use for the multiple different purpose, and with using that we can extract and make our application robust. So thank you so much for watching this video. Let's see further. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome back in this lesson. We will explore how to read from the file and how to write files in Perl. File handling is an essential for working with data, logging and automation tasks. We will cover in this particular lesson opening files, reading data, writing data and some of the error handling that we should do. So let's start with that. First thing, whenever we wanted to read any file, we have to first open file for reading. And whenever we go for open file for reading, we should use a function which is called open. And in that function, so before that, let me just copy few things from here. I'll just copy all and let's paste here. So it will be easy for us to work on that. So I'll say open, and here you have to write one variable which is my, and then write here dollar file handling fh comma, and then you can use single quote, less than symbol, and then comma, and here you can write your file name that you wanted to read. So for example, I'll say input.txt text file. This is one method. Suppose if we get any error, then we should write here or die, and then you can put your message here. So for example, I can say could not open file, and then we can simply close it. So one thing you can remember, whenever you open any file, you should close it. So I'll say close, and what we should close, we have to write here $fh because this file is declared here. Let's first try to run and we'll see further on that. So I'll say Perl, and then we'll say file handling.pl. So it's saying could not open file at this particular Perl script line number 6 because this file is not exist. So if I just create here one file, inside it let's create .txt, and here I'll say hi, welcome to Perl programming. Save it. Let's go and run it again. So you can see we are not getting any output, and we are also not getting any error because file we are able to read it, although we have not written any logic to print the data from the file. So we can do that. And to read data from the file, we have multiple methods like reading line by line or entire content at once. So first we can see reading line by line. Here we have already opened the file. Let's write here code. To read line by line, we can say while, we will use while loop. And here I'll say inside while loop, we can create another variable and then say dollar line and equal to, then we have to use this braces. Inside that we have to use this dollar fh file handling, that we have dollar file handling. And this way we will be able to read the file. So I'll say, or you can use print, and we'll say simply dollar line. So this way we will be able to get the output from the file. So you can see hi, welcome to Perl programming, and I'll say this is file handling session. Save it again. Let's run. So it will say welcome to Perl programming. This is file handling session. So it will automatically print all the data from that file line by line. Now if you want to read all the files at once, we can use dollar and forward slash. So in that way we can also read the file. So let me just comment it for now, and I'll say we have to read all the content at once. For that we can just write here my, and then I'll say dollar content equal to, and here I'll say do. Inside do we have to use local, one local variable, and I'll say dollar forward slash question mark and terminate it, and then after that we can write this fh. So this way we will be able to read that all the contents at once. We have closed it, and then let's print it. So I'll say dollar content. You can see it's printing both lines together. This is how you can read complete data in one go. Now, next thing is we can also write data to that particular file. And to write data, we can just do the same thing. We have to open file, and after that we can just start writing. So I'll just comment it for now, and then we can say, even let's comment it. So here in this particular file, you can see we have already opened. Let me just write comment line by line. Here I'll say that entire file, right? So we are just reading entire file at once. Now what we will do, write content. So I'll say write to file, and to write file what we have to do is we can use print statement dollar, and then we can say fh, because fh we have already opened here. Dollar fh, we have to use that fh to print data, and then after that we can just say whatever thing we wanted to write. So I'll say hello, and simple we can say Perl. Let's terminate it, and then after that we have to close this one as well. So I'll say let's close, save it. So we can run this file, and it's saying that file handled opened only one for input. All right, so one thing that I missed is that whenever we are opening the file for reading, we should use here less than symbol for reading the file. But if you are writing, so I'll say reading file, right? So file, for reading file you have to use less than, for writing file you have to say greater than symbol. So my fh greater than, and then we can say anything. For example, if you want to write inside the same file, you can do that. Let's run it. So we are not getting any error. That means we are able to write here. So you can see hello Perl. It will create a new file and then write in that. If data is already available, then it will simply overwrite that. But if you want to append, right, instead of overwriting, then you have to use double caret symbol, right? So instead of single, you have to use double, which is append mode. And in that append mode, it will just append data inside the same file. So let's say I'll say Perl 2. Let's run again. And if we go here, we can see Perl and then hello. Right? If you put here /n, it should go with that logic. So I'll say /n, save it. Let's check again. So we can see hello Perl 3. Always remember, single greater than symbol will, replace the existing. If you want to open the file in append mode, you can use double double caret symbol to append that. And if you want to handle error, you have to just use or die. If file is not able to open or any problem, then die will handle that. So great job. You now know how to read and write files in Perl. We covered opening files, reading data line by line, and writing, appending data to that one. So in next session, we will see more related to file handling only. Stay connected. Hello and welcome back in this lesson. We will explore how to handle CSV file and JSON file in Perl. These formats are widely used for storing and exchanging data. We will cover reading and writing CSV files, working with JSON data, and using Perl module to simplify these tasks. So let's dive in.
Here in part 1 we will work with CSV file, and to start with that, let's say if we wanted to read the CSV file, first we have to install CSV module, and for that you have to just copy this, go to your CMD and just type CPAN install text colon CSV, click enter. It will start installing that. So once you install that module, you can just start using this CSV module using use text CSV, which is the same, and then we can start that. So before that reading the file, I'll just wanted to explain about writing the data so that we can get the CSV file and we'll use the same. And to write that, let me just copy code from here. Let's go and we can just create another file. So I'll say write csv.pl, and here we have, I have just pasted it. You can see that we have to just first open the file, and after that once you create CSV object, you have to open particular file output.csv, and then we can just start printing the header, and then after printing new line we have to print the data, and then we can close the file. So let's run it. I'll say Perl and then write csv.perl. Here it's saying can't locate text.pm. You need to install module, inc check, this, compilation error. Alright, so we just need to use cmd command prompt instead of bash, and that's why it's not working. So we can see that file is written here and we have output.csv file. In this output.csv we have data available in CSV format. This is how you can simply write data. And now if you want to read that, we can just again create another file, and then we can say read csv.pl, and in this read csv.pl I'll just copy code from here as I have already written. So in this one we can see that we are just using the same script, and we can say import or use text CSV, open, or we can say create CSV parser, then open file which is output. So I'll say output.csv, and then reading get lines, and line by line we are just printing the data. So in CSV file we can see we have name, age, city. We are also printing name, age and city. So let's run it. I'll say Perl and then read csv.pl, and then you can see we are able to read header, then data. So it's quite simple. If you are using this module CSV text CSV module, it's easy to read data from the CSV file. Now we also need to see how we can read data from JSON, and for that we can go to the next step, which is part 2, working with JSON. And to work with JSON, first you have to install CPAN install JSON, and you can do the same thing here in CMD. First write this, click enter. It will take few seconds, and after that it will be installed. Now we can create similarly. First we will write data, so I'll say write json.pl, and then we will say read JSON, and for that I'll show you first write. So here we can just copy this script, and we'll move to our code. So we can see that use JSON, strict and warnings are fine if you wanted to use, else this is fine. Now our data available in the form of JSON, that you can see here. JSON is JavaScript object notation. Now we are encoding it, which is converting the Perl hash to JSON text, and then we are writing to output.json and then closing it. So let's run it. I'll say Perl write json.pl. Now you can see JSON file has written successfully. We can open this output.json and this is how our data looks like. Now if we want to read this, we can create a file which is called read, and I'll say hyphen json.pl, and here we will put our reading file code logic to get the data. So we have to use JSON, and then I'll print one by one to all. So let's write it here. We can remove a strict to make it a small code. So we have data. So instead of data, I'll say output.json. We are using less than symbol just to read data and opening the file. Now after that, we are reading entire file that we have already seen in previous session, and then we need to close the file that we are opening. After that, we have now data available in this text. We are converting it into Perl structure and printing it here. So let's run Perl, and then we can say read json.pl, enter. So now we can see we have data available here, and we can read one by one all the fields available using that. So by now you will be able to read and write CSV and JSON files in Perl. We can use text CSV colon CSV for CSV handling, and just JSON module for working with JSON data. In next session, we will see few more things, processing the large file efficiently, and we'll see how we can do that. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we will explore how to process large files efficiently in Perl. When working with large files, data dumps create CSV. Loading everything into memory is not practical. Instead, we should learn techniques like reading line by line, using streamings, and buffering to handle large files efficiently. So let's start. So first we will see how we are reading line by line. I'll just copy it, and we can create another file. I'll say large file handling.pl. Inside this I'll put it. So first thing we can see that how we are reading line by line. So line by line reading is, we can just open file and then start reading that. And if I'll write Perl large file handling, we can see the output. The thing is, in this particular approach, that only line, only one line is loaded into memory at one time, reducing memory usage. Instead of loading complete file, for example, in the previous session we have seen that we are loading all content in memory, which is not correct. One right way is we can use line by line, and this way we are only loading one line at a time, which can reduce the memory load. Another approach we can do is, if we need to process data in chunk instead of line by line, we can use sysread, and using sysread we can do that. We can start by creating one object $buffer, and then we'll use sysread. Here we have to pass the fh, that file is opened. Then we have to use this buffer object, and then you have to mention the size. So at a time, how much memory you wanted to use. So we wanted to read at least 1 kilobyte at a time. So we can provide here 1024K, and then we can start printing the data. So I'll say print dollar, and then we'll say buffer, and after that we have to close that. So I'll say close $fh file handling. Save it and let's see if it is working or not. You can see it's working, although the data is not that much. It's only few kilobytes, so few bytes. But if you use this approach, it can handle large binary files, structured data, and we are using this technique frequently while reading the files. This is very efficient technique to handle that. Now if we need to optimize this memory usage, we can obviously use sysread and then process on that particular part. So as of now, you know how to process the large file efficiently. We can see that line by line file reading is also very helpful, because at a time it will load only one line and you can get that using that. Even you can process by using chunk. So this is how we can process in that one. In next session, we will see how we can handle error and we can debug file handling operations. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we will focus on error handling and debugging techniques for file operation in Perl. File operations like reading, writing, and opening files can fail due to various reasons like missing files, permission issue, disk space limitation. So we will learn how to handle these errors efficiently to ensure our scripts are robust. Let's dive in. First thing is, we are already using die method. So die is used to stop execution on error. As soon as you will get error, it will stop. So I'll just comment other parts and will show. Let me comment it. Let's write here again. So here, first thing is we can use die. As soon as the file, for example, here we are opening to read. So let's say I'll say input file 11 and this file is not available. So if I'll run it, we can see that file could not find, and then we will get error. After that, let's just write print hi. So this hi will not print as application will be, as at this line only we get error, application script will terminate. So one thing that we can do, that whenever you want to stop execution, we can use die. If you want to, if you don't want to stop, and we can use, instead of die we can use warn. The warn, if you use warn, it will give you message and then your script will continue further. Could not open, and then hi. That means it will process the next line. Although file related, handling related stuff will not work, but still your application will continue execution. Now the next thing, that if we get, while reading file, even if file is opened successfully, it might have read errors. So what we should do, we should always check whether file is open. So for example, I'll use input file and let's do here die. So suppose if we have error, then obviously it will stop. But if we don't have error and we are going to read data line by line, so let me just copy this code. So still it will work, there is no problem. But what we should do, we should also check here one we should add one condition, if, and then say not defined. So we should use defined and then we can say dollar line. And if not, then what we should do, we should say die, and here we should say message error reading file colon, and then we can add here question mark and then exclamation. So this will, what defined and line will check if the error, if the line was read successfully or not. And if you are adding not symbol, whenever you get error, it will just print the error message. Right now it will work because there is no error. Sometimes we get error, so better whenever you are reading, you should add this and then you can print that data. This is one useful things that you should always remember whenever you are using it. Also what you can do, you can use eval, which is a kind of try catch block. So instead of using a stop execution, we can use try catch block, and that try catch we can use using eval. For example, here we can say eval space, and you have to start the braces, and then after that I'll say I'll close here. Now this is one eval, and if you get any error inside this eval, then what we have to do, if, and then inside this we have to use dollar at the rate. Dollar at the rate will catch if any error present in that. So we can say caught an error, right? And then we can just print that error, dollar at the rate slash n, and we can proceed further on that. If there is any error in that case, else it will work fine. So we should use this try catch block, and it will handle your file handling, file related any error if you are getting. So this dollar and at the rate stores the error message if an error occurs, and eval is basically catches runtime errors if we have anything. This is how we can handle it. So great job. Now you know how to handle errors in file handling operation like die, warn, eval. We can also see how we can fix these problems. So thank you so much. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lesson, we will explore how to use Perl module and CPAN library to enhance your scripts. Perl has a rich ecosystem of reusable modules that can simplify tasks like file handling, database connection, and web scraping. Let's get started. So first part, we will see how we can use inbuilt Perl module. Perl comes with many inbuilt modules. We can use to import. So if you use use, and then we can import. For example, using file base name module, we can extract the file name from the given path. So for example, here I'll write file colon colon, and then we can say base name. So now base name you have to use. So we are going to use this base name, and this base name, for example, let's say I'll say my dollar, and then I'll say path equal to, so let's say if our path, for example, our file is here, and I'll just copy here this file name. Let me just property. So this is my file path. I'll just go here. This is path, and I can use double slash, else I'll get error. And then I will say, let's say input.txt. Now this is our path, and I wanted to get the file name, so I'll write here my dollar file equal to, I'll use base name. So in this base name, let me use the small one, base name, and in this base name we can just put here dollar path, and then we can just print file name dollar file. Let's see if it's working or not. We can say perl module.pl. So it's saying here that file name is input.txt. So you don't need to write any regular expression. You just use inbuilt module. It can give you the file name. Similarly, we can use the already installed CPAN module, or if you want to install it, right? So CPAN is comprehensive Perl archive network, is a vast repository of Perl module, installed module using CPAN command. So suppose if we need to install CPAN, simple CPAN command, then we have to use CPAN install lwp colon colon simple, and this one will be installed. So after installing, we can just use simple and then get the content. So for example, I'll just install it. So simple is used to fetch the content, fetch the web page using that. So let's let it first install and then we can use some example to get that. Alright, so it's taking time to install. Meanwhile, what we can do, we can go further and see that how we can create our own module as well. And that thing we can do by creating our own module, and we can say that file name should be, let's say I'll say my module. I'll just create my module, my module.pm. So the file name should be the PM if you are creating your own module. And in this module, you can write here package, then say my module, and after that you can use here subroutine. Let's say I'll say greet, and inside that we can just use my, and then inside this the value, let's say name equal to, will get from @ and then we can return this. So I'll just say hello $name. So the value will be returned from here, and after that you have to just write here 1 and then semicolon. So why we are using this? Return the 1 to return the true to indicate successful loading of this particular package, and then we can use this particular part in our another file. Let's say I'll say custom module.pl, and in this custom module we can just use, so first thing is use use lib, and inside lib we can say that dot, that means this is our current directory to module search. Where this particular module will be available is in current directory, and after that we can use my module, and then we can just use print statement, and inside this I'll say my module colon colon, and then we can see greet, and here we can pass our input. So I'll say Chandan, then let's see what exactly it will print from here. So to run it we can go and say Perl custom module, and then you can see it's saying hello Chandan. So we have created our own module.pm file, and then we are just calling it from here. This is how we can create our own custom module. Let's go to previous part where we have just installed this simple module. And what's the use of simple module is, I'll show you here that we can use this simple LWP colon colon simple. Now this simple is used to fetch the content, or we can say extract the complete web page. We can say that my space dollar content equal to, we can just say get, and inside this we'll paste here any URL. So for example, here our URL is google.com. Let's copy here and paste in this one. And if you want to add here error handling, we can also add that, or die that failed to fetch. If it's success, then what we can do, we'll just print, and here I'll say dollar content. So let's see if it's working or not. You can see it printed, it copied all the file as complete HTML file. It started with doc type HTML. So this is used for web scraping that we will see further, and this is how you can use any module. You can create your own module, you can install and use that module and work with that. I hope you are able to get this. Thank you so much. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome in this lesson. We will see object-oriented programming OOPS concept in Perl. While Perl is primarily a procedural language, it supports object-oriented features like classes, objects, methods, and inheritance. By using OOPS, we can create reusable and structured code. Let's start it. So first thing we will understand what is OOPS. So OOP is a programming paradigm that organizes code into objects, which are instances of classes. In Perl, a class is just a package that contains method and data. First thing that we will see is create a simple class in Perl. And for that, let's define. And what I'm doing here is I'll create one folder and I'll say OOP, and inside this folder we will create a PM file. So let's say I'll say person.pm. This is a module that we have already seen in previous session how to create a custom module. Same thing we can do here. We'll start with package and we'll write person. Now we can start subroutine and we'll say subroutine name is new, and inside this new we can use we will destructure it as we are getting. So we'll say first dollar class, and then we'll say dollar name, dollar age, whatever data we are getting, equal to at the rate and then underscore. So from the input we will get these things, and then we'll create another variable and we'll say dollar self equal to, and here we can assign whatever data we wanted to assign. So for example, I'll say name, and name should be dollar name, comma, age should be dollar age. This is how we can just create one self object, and then what we will do, we can use bliss, bless bliss, and then we'll say dollar self and comma dollar class, and after that we can return dollar self. So this bliss converts references into an object of this class, and a new constructor method is creating object. So now how we will use it? So we can just create another subroutine and we'll say greet. Inside this subroutine we can just use destructure dollar self from the at the rate underscore, and will return the data. So suppose whatever data we wanted to return, we can simply say here hello, my name is, and then how to use that, we'll use dollar self, and you have to use arrow function, and after that you can write name. So this is how you can use name, and then I'll say and I am dollar self, and here again we can say that age years old. So this is how we can create subroutine, and after doing that we can just say one and then semicolon. This is must for module to return true. Now this is one thing that we have created is person class, or we can say person module. Now how we will use this module? We can create another main file. I'll say pl file, so I'll say main dot pl. Inside this main pl we have to use, so I'll say use person, and then we have to create object. So I'll say my, and here dollar person one, or say person object equal to person dot person, and then new, and here we'll say that Chandan, and then age 30, and after that we can just print this data. So I'll say print dollar person one, and here we'll say we can use method greet, and inside this method it will automatically print whatever thing is available. So let's run it. We can use terminal, and inside this terminal we'll try to go into oops folder. Oops folder, and inside this folder we have main, so I'll say perl main.pl. So it's saying we can't locate and lib, so we have to tell where exactly this folder is available. So we can say use lib, and then we'll say dot, save it, let's run, and then you can see that we are getting output hello, my name is person, and then this is printing, and then name is, and I am 30 years old. So the difference that we can see here, it's printing some hash, because if you just see here, I have given a space between self and name. So let's try again, and then you can see hello, my name is Chandan and I am 30 years old. So whatever data you are passing from the main script, we can use person new, and then so usually we should not write any space in between, so it can work like that way. We are creating new object with data, and then we get our object, and using that we are adding that. So similarly you can add here many different methods, and using that we can create that. So I hope that you are now able to understand basic of OOPS in Perl, including class, object, and how we can create constructor in that one. So in next session we will see further on this particular part. Thank you. Hello and welcome. In this lesson we will explore inheritance and polymorphism in Perl inside object-oriented programming. So inheritance allows one class to reuse and extend another class, while polymorphism enables method overriding for flexible behavior. These concepts helps in code reuse and organize. So let's dive in. So first part is, what is inheritance? Here inheritance allows new class, that is child class, to derive property and methods from existing class, or we can say from parent class. In Perl we use @isa array to define inheritance. So let's see, as we have already created one person class, and in this person we have normal new class, and then we have method greet. Now this person class we will use in the next method. So let's create another class here. I'll say module, and in this module I'll say employee dot pm. This employee, here we will use package employee, and we'll use, so I'll say use parent, and we can say parent as person. Now in this parent, let me check one more thing here. Right, so we have, you can see package person, and now we are creating package employee, and we are saying use parent person. It should be exactly same name. Now here we are basically establishing the inheritance, and after that we can create a new method, and similarly we can get that. So I'll just copy this new method from here, let's paste it. So in this new we have class, then name, age, and let's put one more field here. I'll say $job. So these four things we will get. So two from the person and one from the job. And while we are writing self, so we can say that inside self we have to use something called dollar class, and here we'll use arrow function super colon new, and then we can pass here, simply we can pass name, that means we wanted to pass that in the previous one. So I'll say new name and then age. So these two things we will pass to the super class. So we are here calling parent class constructor and storing it into self object. So class arrow function super colon colon new and then name and age. And then after that we can simply say that dollar self equal to arrow function, and here we'll provide job, and inside this job we can just say equal to dollar job. So the job value we will assign here inside self, and then we can simply bless self and class and then return the self. And then inside this we can add here the same method that is available. So let's say I'll say greet. We are just trying to override that greet method here. So we can just say greet and self, and here what we can do, instead of printing, we can print anything. So let me just write here, I'll say dollar self hyphen super, and then we'll say colon colon greet. So we are just calling the super class method, and we are trying to print it. So if you want to just append something, I'll say here I work as dollar self, and then you can pass here job. So it will print up and append in that particular file. So this way it will just print here. We are writing super and then printing it. So same thing we are doing inside employee class as well. And then after that we can just write one and then semicolon. Just we are trying to return true. So use parent person, right? In top you can see use parent, and then we are writing person to inherit data from person class. We are calling super new to invoke the parent constructor, and then we are using self method, and here basically we are overriding the parent class method. Now how we will call it? So let's go here in main method, and in main method we are saying that we have to also use, I'll say use employee. Person we have already using, now we have to use employee, and then we have to say let's first create one object of the employee. So instead of person I'll say let's create object of, let me comment it here, I'll say my, and then dollar emp imp equal to employee, and here we'll say new, and inside new we can just pass all the data, that is name, then age, and then I'll say after that job. So I'll say software developer, and then we can simply call this, I'll say print dollar imp, and here I'll say greet. So now this method will be invoked, and then we can see the output. So here if you'll see, we are calling employee class object and passing three data, name, age, and job. Output we are saying name, my name is Chandan and I am 30 years old. I work as a software developer. Now if we will go here, we have written here super.greet, which is calling from parent, and then after that we have appended self, right, the job that we are getting. So whenever you will call employee with new, it will come here inside in employee, and then we are just getting all the input that we are getting, name, age, and job. Now this name and age we are sending to the super class, that is person class, and then we are only assigning job to the self class, and after that we are just making it reference and returning it. And if you see, we have greet method available in both class. Now right now we are just overriding the greet method from the parent class. So if let's test here one thing, if I'll just make it comment and save it, let's try to run and see if it's giving output or not. Right now you can see we have called employee class greet method. Although if you'll go here inside employee, we don't have any greet method. Still this is working. because we have used here use person, and that's why we are getting the output. So this is how basically we work with inheritance and polymorphisms together inside this. I hope you are able to get this concept. It will help you a lot to write big chunk of code. Thank you so much for watching this video. See you in the next. Hello and welcome in this lesson. We will explore how Perl can be used for system administration and automation tasks, majorly on Windows, as I am right now using Windows system. Perl is powerful scripting language that can automate repetitive tasks like file management, system monitoring, registry modification, etc. So let's dive in. I'll close all these things and will create here one file. I'll say sysadmin.pl and it's outside the ops folder. So I'll go back to the main and he'll say clear CLS. So now here what we will try to see few commands, right? Executing commands. So Perl can run on window commands using system. So if we want to check the system information, we can just write system, and here inside this we can pass system info. Let's try to run this command only. So I'll say Perl space sysadmin.pl. So if you see, it's getting all the information and generating output here. So it's saying that I am using Windows operating system. All these information related to the window or related to the system is printing with the help of system, and then we are using a function system info. This is one thing that it can do. And another thing is, let's say if you just wanted to list files in a directory, then we have also system. We can use system. Inside this we can just pass command, let's say dir, and after that we can just tell the path of that folder. So for example, we have this folder. I'll just copy it. We'll go, and instead of that, let me just see this Perl here. Okay, so basically let me open this Perl again and copy this folder. So now I wanted to check all the data available or files available in this particular directory. So I can use system and then dir and command. So now let's run it and see the output. So you can see it's printing the all the files and folders available in this particular directory. So it's just a dir command. We are performing dir command. If you perform like this way, go to the cmd and run this command, it will print you all the information. So it's happening the same thing, dir and this one. So it will list all the directory in that particular path, right? Although I have to remove this double slash, backward slash, because it's not programming. We are just trying to run directly from the cmd. So any command that you wanted to perform, you can directly write inside system and it can perform that thing for you. Similarly, instead of just executing commands, we can also store the output. So capturing command output with QX. So for example here, although who am I will not work, but let me show you how it can work. So for example, I'll create here my $user equal to and QX. So we have QX, and using that you can capture the output. So I'll say who am I? Who am I? Right? This is one command. Now I'll print and we'll say current user, and current user is $user /n. So although this command, right, will not work, but let's try at least. So here, okay, it's saying that current user is desktop this and then Chandan. It's working. If I'll directly go here in CMD and try to run, all right, perfect. So it's working. Who am I? So the same thing we can do from here as well. We can store the output and then perform some operation on that particular part. That thing also you can do. Now apart from that, you can also use you can delete any folder. We have already seen that how we can create a file and add data into that. We can also delete any file that is available, so using unlink command. So I'm not using, so using unlink and then paste here the directory, right? If you are want to create any directory, you can use mkdir. If you want to delete particular file, then you can just use unlink and paste here the file name. For example, I'll say copy, and let's say I'll just create here one file, test.txt. Inside text I'm writing hi, and I wanted to delete this test, so I'll say slash test.txt. So this text.txt file should be deleted. So we have to use unlink command. Suppose if it's not deleting, then we can use or die, and then we can say unable to delete. So let's run again and check. So we are not getting any output, and if you will see here, that file is also not available. The test.txt is also not available. If I'll run again, it's say unable to delete this file because the file is not available. That means this command worked perfectly. So let me comment it as well, and let's comment this as well. So this is unlink is used to delete a file. Similarly, we have mkdir. If you want to create some directory, you can write mkdir and paste the directory name. So for example, inside Perl, I wanted to create some here I'll say test dir. Then you can write this, else you can simply say or die. But let's say I'll just run it. We are not getting any error, but if you see, this test dir is created. So this way you can create one text dir. If you want to remove, then you have to use, so this is to create dir. Now let me just copy paste again, and I'll say remove, right? So rmdir, and rmdir will remove this directory. So if I'll run it again, you can see now that directory is not showing here. So this is how we can do. Even if you want to modify, right, any registry value or anything, that you can use inbuilt registry module, that is Win32 module you can use to delete that. So we can do n number of things to automate the system and perform the system related operation inside Perl. This is just a few example that you can do. I hope you are able to get this. Thank you and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lesson, we will explore web scraping using Perl. Web scraping allows us to extract information from website automatically. With Perl's powerful module like user agent and tree builder, HTML tree builder, we can fetch and parse web content efficiently. Let's get started. Here I'll create one folder. I'll say web scraping, and inside folder we can write our code. So I'll say web scraping.pl. Inside this we will write logic. Now first, now before going to start, we have to install necessary modules, and one of the module is, I'll say CPAN install, and I'll say lwp : user agent. This is one module that we have to install. Space, we have to install another module, html : and then we can say tree builder. So we can also get these things from the perl.org portal, and you have to install these two library. let's click enter, and one by one it will be installed. So I hope it's already it's installed now. What we need to do here, one thing to understand, we are using user builder to fetch the web pages and tree builder to parse the HTML content. Now let's start with, first we will use LWP user agent to download web page, and for that let's start here. We can say use LWP colon colon user agent, and in this user agent LWP colon colon user agent, and then we have to define here dollar URL equal to, and then we can say, let's say we have https colon slash slash www.perl.org. So first website, so this website we can open perl.org. Let's check if website is opening or not. So here we have this perl.org. If you see this CPAN, right, so you can go inside CPAN, and it's a comprehensive Perl archive network where you can get all those modules. So modules you can see from here. So now in this perl.org we can fetch, and after that we wanted to fetch all the content from that. So we'll write here another variable my, and dollar I'll say user agent UA equal to LWP colon colon user agent, and then we can use a new function. That means we wanted to create new object of user agent, and then I'll say my dollar response equal to dollar UA, and then I'll say UA hi, and then we can use a function called get, and here we'll pass URL. So we have get function available inside user agent, we are just using that. And then let's check if dollar response, and in this response I'll say is underscore success. If this is available, response success. So let me do one more thing. Before that, we have here response, and in response we are checking is success. If its success is true, then we can just print the content. So I'll say page content colon slash n, so that it will print in the next line, and then we'll say here dollar response, and from this response we can say we need to get the decoded content, else we can just say a message that, or just stop here only die, and I'll say fail to fetch. So here we can get the error, and let's try to run. First we have to go to the web scraping folder, and then write here perl, and then we'll say web scraping.pl. Before that, let me just run again. So you can see it's fetching content and all the HTML files. I just pasting here. So it started from here, page content, and then it started all these things. So we can see that user agent is working fine, and there is no issue in that. Now next thing that we have to see how we can use the we can extract data using HTML tree builder. So in that, first we have to import HTML tree builder. So I'll say here use, and we'll say HTML colon colon, and then tree buil builder. So we have to use this HTML tree builder. Now everything will be same, just what we have to do after fetching. So we can just reverse this as well. So suppose if we don't have any data, we have already printed, but let's say if we don't have any data, we can simply say die, and I'll just make it comment for now. So I wanted to just add here die, else part I'm removing, because we wanted to check if not success, then stop at here only. And in that case also you can just add here, if there is a problem you can say dollar response, and here in response you can say a status line. It will give you what exactly is status or what exactly problem is there. So now suppose here if I'll say Perl 1234 something like that and wanted to check, so let's run it, and we can say the failed to fetch, and after that let me put one space. Here it is saying 500 cannot connect to this website. That means the website itself is not available. So this address line will give you, a status line will give you the status of exactly what problem you are facing. Now let's proceed further and parse or extract data from the using HTML tree builder. So here in the step 2, what we will do, we have to use dollar, and I'll say my dollar tree equal to, and I'll say HTML colon colon, and here tree builder, and then we'll say new. We just wanted to create a new object, and then we can say, let me write this, and we'll say dollar tree, and we have to use a method which is called parse underscore content, and inside this method we have to write dollar response and then decoded content. So basically this line is the correct way to parse and fetch the fetched HTML content. We can simply parse underscore content. Now our data is available in this tree, and then we have to use, it totally depends what exactly we wanted to do. So right now let's see how we can extract and print all the hyperlink available in that particular web page. So we'll write here for each, and in this for each let's create my dollar link, and inside this we have tree, so I'll pass tree, then arrow function. Here we can say look, we have one method look down, and inside look down we can pass the tag. So tag is, let's say, underscore tag, and it should be, if it is equal to a, that means fetch all the anchor tag, and then after fetching all the anchor tag, just fetch the href. So I'll say dollar href equal to, and I'll say dollar link, and from this link, so link object, what we need to get here is attribute attr, and attribute name is href. So now href attribute attr at href, and then simply print that. So I'll say print, here we can say link space, or link is dollar href, and we'll say /n. So it will only print, let's say /n, and later if defined, right? That means if there is no error then only print, else ignore. Defined space dollar href. So this is how we can do that, and after that we have to do cleanup. So I'll say dollar tree and then delete. We can just call this delete method. Let's see if it's working or not. Cannot locate method object look down. So we have web scraping, so forget to load tree. Okay, let me just write here only new, and then let's try to check again. Alright, so still it's the same problem. So let me just, okay, so here is a problem. We have to use this dollar symbol. So let's try to run now. So you can see we get all the output, that means these all links are available and in that particular perl.org, and it's printing all the links that is available. So this is how we can, use Perl to scrap things from the web. You can easily do these things from the you from HTML tree builder and using that LWP user agent. I hope you are able to get this. Thank you so much. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lesson, we will explore how to parse both XML as well as HTML file using Perl. So Perl provides powerful modules that we have seen. One of the module is HTML tree builder for parsing HTML content, and we have one more module which is XML libxml, which is used for parsing XML file. We'll go both and see how we can do that in this case. So for the parsing HTML, we have already seen how we can do that using HTML builder. So here I have one sample file and created already one scrap PL file where we will use the existing HTML file, and for that we can use HTML builder, HTML tree builder, new from file, and we can mention here sample.xml HTML, and then we will use look down title. So in this sample file, if you will see, we have title is Perl HTML. So this title I wanted to fetch, and for that here if you will see that we are using tag equal to HTML as text and then printing the tag. Then in next thing we are looking down as h1. So in this one, if you see, we have this h1, it will go and print the h1, and then same printing all the links available. So in this particular HTML file we can see we have only one link and we wanted to print, so we can just iterate using for each loop and then printing it, and after that finally we are deleting it. So let's run this file. I'll say scrap html.pl, and you can see title is Perl HTML parsing, welcome to web, Perl web scraping, and then link. So these all data we are parsing from the HTML file. Similarly, we have XML file, and if you want to parse XML content, you have to first, so I have already written here few commands, so you have to first install XML lib, and for that we can say CPAN install and then space XML colon colon lib XML, and it will install. So what it is saying that this CPAN denied. Okay, let me just run and we'll see. So Perl scrap XML. So yeah, so definitely it will. Okay, no, it's Perl, and then I'll say scrap XML. Yeah. So this library is already there, libxml, and if you see now what we are doing, libxml new, here we are loading the XML, that is sample XML file, and by default it will load from the same folder. If we have same directory, if you have in another directory, you have to pass here complete directory path and then extract all the book titles. So here we are saying that we have doc and doc find nodes slash slash book. So if you go here in XML and let me just open again. So in this XML we are saying find node book, and in this one, so we have one book here, another book. So if you see, one tag is book here, another one is here. So it will find all the books, find node all the tags. Once we get, we are using the for loop. Now from the book we need to find value, right? So find value and title. So we are saying that okay, now inside title we just need to get the value, and same thing we are doing to get that value again and printing it. So it's quite simple if you are using libxml to iterate and move over all the XML content. It's quite easy to work with any XML content like this. Thank you so much. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lesson, we will learn how to make API requests using Perl. API allows us to fetch and send data over internet, and Perl provides powerful modules like user agent, and we have another module that HTTP tiny to work with RESTful APIs. So let's see here how we can do that. First thing, we have to install user agent and then JSON to work on that JSON related stuff. We need one public API, or for example here we have JSON placeholder dot typecode.com. So this is one of the famous API where you can use for testing so resources, right? We can see we have post, comments, album, photos. So suppose if I'll go here in posts, you can see we get data in this format. This is JSON data. And if you want to get the based on the ID, so you can just write a /1, you will get the single ID. So suppose if I want to fetch this one, this data, how we can make it in Perl. So here I have already written fetch API. Let's go to this folder. I'll say cd API calling, and here we have first API, which is fetch API. We just need to use user agent and then JSON. So you have to install these two things using CPAN and define URL. So you have to define here URL and then which ID you want to fetch. Now create one object of user agent, and then using get, that we have done same thing for the parsing scrapping any content. So if you'll see here we have user.get. It's a similar thing that we can do here also. Now we have response, we are checking if it's success, then decoding it, decode content, and we are doing decode JSON. So in previous one we are just decoding content and then parsing it, right? So here what we have to do is we just need to, after decoding, we have to decode into JSON format. And once we have data in JSON, you can just use data.title, data.body. So this title and body, it should automatically get and print here, and if any error, just print the status. So let's run here Perl, and then I'll say fetch API calling.pl, and then we'll see if it's working or not. So here we can see title is this, body, and then it's printing all the data that is available inside body for the first part, right? So this is what it is printing. If you want to change the URL content, you will get the another data. So this is how usually we fetch data. Similarly, we can post data. So if you want to add your own data, then you can also use the same. So for example, we have posts, and create your own data. You have to use percentage because we need to map here. It's a hash, right? So title, and in title we are sending this data. We have body, user ID, and then we just need to convert data to JSON. And after getting the JSON data, you have to now use user agent dot post, and inside post we can write URL and then application content type. That means you have to pass content type and then your content, and once you will do, you can easily send it. So let's run here Perl, and then we can say post api.pl. Now you can see we are getting response, and in response we can say my Perl API, and here ID is 101. So if I'll just go here and write, let's see 101, enter. Alright, so it's saying that user ID is 101 empty. Let's try to, so it's actually dynamic in nature. So if you will do in one go that writing, posting and calling the API, it should work. So for example, if I just do here 101, it will not work because this is dynamic in nature. You have to test at the same time. In that case, you will be able to get that. So post it, and then same time you can fetch it, you will get that data. I hope you are able to see, able to get how we can send the data, how we can use API in Perl. Thank you so much for watching this video. See you in the next video. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. In this lesson, we will introduce the Perl DBI module, the standard database interface for Perl. DBI allows you to connect to the various databases, execute SQL queries, and manage your data seamlessly. Whether you are working on MySQL database or PostgreSQL or SQLite or any other database, DBI provides consistent way to interact with database. So let's dive in. First thing is, what is Perl DBI? So as per definition, DBI stands for database interface. It is core module that defines set of methods for database connection. To connect to a specific database, you need to install corresponding DBI driver. That is, for MySQL, you have to install dbd and then colon MySQL. For SQLite, dbd SQL SQLite. And similarly for the Postgres, dbd pg. So these drivers we need to install. Advantages are using DBI ensure the portability, consistent and ease of switching database with minimal code changes. So now let's start with installation, and first we need to install CPAN DBI. So for that we just need to write here. I'll just switch to command prompt, and here we have to just install. So I'll go into the database folder. Although installation is global, so you can install and it will be installed globally. CPAN install DBI. This is first command that we need to execute, and after that we need to, if we need to work on SQLite, we have to install SQLite, and similarly we can see that. Now Perl DBI is installed. Next thing that we will do is we have to install database driver, that is MySQL, SQLite and PG, and then we have to make connection and test it whether it's working or not. See you in the next video. Now in this video we will see how we can connect MySQL database, Postgres SQL database and SQLite database. So for that, let's start with SQLite, where the advantage of SQLite is you don't need to install any software externally. It is already inbuilt with the DBD driver interface. So first thing we have to do is we'll have to install CPAN install, and then we will write dbd SQLite SQLite. Let's click enter. This one will install the DBD driver for the SQLite database. Similarly, we can do for MySQL and then PostgreSQL. Before that, let's check how we are able to connect the database or not. So I'll say here database setup, and let me rename it to permission denied compilation. Okay, I'll check. So right now database setup SQLite. So for the SQLite database we wanted to set up things. So now first thing that we need to use is we have to write use DBI, and after that we have to declare certain variables like my dollar, and then we'll say DB name, that means database name, and database name I'll say test.db. Since we are going to use SQLite, In that case, we can just specify database name. Then next one is driver. So I'll say driver equal to SQL Lite. This is the driver. And after that, we have to provide the my DNS. DNS is basically a server that will connect. So here we have to write DBI colon dollar driver, then again you have to write colon, and then you have to write DB name equal to dollar DB name. You can write all in one line as well, that this driver I'm trying to use and DB name from here. Next thing is we can specify here username. So I'll say my dollar username equal to empty, then my dollar user, or directly I can write dollar password equal to empty. So these 4 or 5 um, variables we need to create, and after that we just need to establish the database connection. And to establish database connection, we can just write my dollar dbh database connection established. So in that case, we'll write dbi arrow function, and then we'll write connect. Here we have to specify dollar $DNS. This is first thing. Then after that, dollar username, then dollar password, and after that we have to write comma, and then we have to specify some parameter, whether if we get any error. So I'll say rise error, then in that case we have to return 1. Auto commit is also true. So this is all database property. Auto commit is also 1. So these things we have specified here, and if we get any error, then we can say then die, and we'll say here dollar $dbi colon colon error string. So this one will return the message else, and if everything is fine, then we can say connected to the database successfully. And then we have to dbh, and then we'll say disconnect. Disconnect. Yes. So this script connects to the SQLite database name testdb, and will give the message, and after that it will disconnect. So let's try to run it. I'll say Perl and database setup. So it's saying database connected to the database successfully, and if you see here, testdb is also created. So this is how simply we can create and connect with SQLite database. Further thing we can write here in next video, that how we can perform basic operation, that we will see. Now suppose if we need to do the same thing with let's say MySQL database, then how you will do that? So for MySQL, first thing is you have to install dvd install MySQL. So I'll have to write here, although MySQL is not installed in my system, but we have to do is my CPAN install, and then we have to write dvd MySQL. Similarly, you have to do for the uh, Postgres database as well, PG. Once you will install that, then you have to write here db name, database name, driver name, and so for example, let me just copy here. I'll say this setup is for SQL Lite. Now Let me do the same thing for post MySQL, and in my for MySQL I'll just right now I'm copying pasting here. So we have to provide database name. So whatever will be your database name, your DB name, you can provide here. Then in the driver, so what we have to pass here is host, right? So let me just change here and we'll say dollar $host equal to, I'll say local host. Then you have to pass here port number. So instead of DNS you can say port number is, you have to pass in numeric 3306, mostly this is the port number. And then username, so whatever will be your username, and then password you can provide here. So these 4 5 things you have to majorly provide here. 3306 is default port, mostly we have. And then you have to write here DNS, this DNS. So I'll say is, let me just write a space DNS, DNS equal to. In this DNS we have to write DBI colon MySQL colon database equal to dollar database. So this database we are going to use. So here DB name. So I'll say dollar database equal to DB name, and then after that you have to write semicolon, and we'll say host equal to dollar host comma port equal to port equal to this port you have to mention here. I'll say dollar port, and then we can say that, yeah, so at least these things you have to provide here: database name, host name, port name with semicolon separated. And then in the connection, right, so we have to use the same thing, DBI connect, and here you have to pass the DNS, username, password, and everything will be same. So just we need to change this part for the MySQL database. So I'll just write here, I'll cut it, let me just delete all these things. So this is for SQLite, this is for MySQL. I'll just make it comment so that you can use it further. And same thing you can do for the Postgres database. So for the Postgres database SQL, everything will be same. Like you have to provide DB name, then host name, default port name for Postgres is 5432. So here write 5432, this is the default port. Username, password you can mention, and then you have to create here DNS. So DNS is important, so instead of MySQL you have to write here PG, P small, P capital, D, G small, colon database name. So here you have to write in a small letter DB name, DB name. Instead of database you have to write DB name, and in DB name you have to provide the DB name, then host and port. So everything will be same, only you have to change this one, and rest of the code will be same. So I'll just make it comment. Now here we have established the connection with all the three databases. Rest other queries, right, will be the same. We'll see in the next video. Thank you so much for watching this. Hello and welcome. In this video we will see how we can execute queries, how we can handle transactions. Like we'll see that how to create table, how to insert, update, delete data, and mostly we will perform with SQLite, as this is the only one where we don't need to install anything. Rest you can go and check with your MySQL and Postgres database in your system. So let's start here, and the first thing that we will do is create a table. So after connecting to the database, we need to do is create table. To create table, we have to first write here SQL, and this SQL will be like here, create table if not exist, right? This is important. You can write create table if not exist, EXISTS, exists. And we'll do here users. This is table, create table if not exist, and table name is user, and inside this will pass ID. So I'll say ID, and this ID will be integer type, so I'll write here integer, and will be primary key. So this is how you can write, and then write here name, it will be text format, then we'll say age, it will be integer. So we will insert only these things, and let's see that how we can use these SQL query to create data table. So we have already object dbh, we'll use that. I'll say $db $dbh, and in this dbh we have to write do, we have to use function do, and inside do will pass $SQL. So this one will perform or die. So if it will not work, then what we have to do, we can simply say that or die with database error. So let's paste it here. If everything is fine, then we can say that print table is created successfully /n. Here also /n. Save it, and let's try to run that. We have some error. It's saying that missing semicolon. Okay. Missing semicolon in previous line. Alright, one missing is here. So let's do again. Right, so you can see it's saying table connected to database successfully. Table is created successfully. Now this table you can't see right now because this table is available here in testdb. So next command we will see is insert and fetch. So that how we can, so this is to create table. Next is how you can insert data, and this command will be same for all the database. There will not be any change, only minor changes will be there, but mostly the command will be the same. So we can say insert data, and to insert data we have to create query again, and we'll perform on that one. Alright, so now here we will see how to insert data to that database. So before that, if we wanted to explore this, or wanted to see what all things available in this test.db, we can go to Google and write here SQLite database browser, and then we can download DB browser for SQLite. So let's download here and we'll check. Okay, so go down, and here we have, these all are some of the different versions. So I'll say just click download, and here we have releases. So I'll just click on assets, and then we'll have to use this MSI. So now this is downloaded. Let's click open and we'll say more, run anyway. Is not, plugin is not allowed to install in sandbox environment. Okay, so let's download zip file and let's try with that zip file. Explore, let's extract it here. I just wanted to show you how you can see SQLite database. And here we can say DB browser for SQLite. Just double click here. Let's click run. Now you can see SQLite is opened. We can just click here open database and then we'll have to choose the file location. So I'll go on desktop. Here we have Perl folder. Inside Perl we have database folder and then you can see testdb. Just click open and inside this we will see, you can see we have table and one table available which is user, and we have three fields ID, name and age, and this is the command that we have executed. Right now we don't have any data here. If you want to browse, you can just select and click right browse table, and then as of now we don't have any data. So now next thing that we will see is we have to insert data. So table is already created, and so I'll just make it comment. We just need to write here to insert. So for that I have already written some code. So let's copy and paste it here. Insert data. So insert into user, and then we have to insert name and age, because this ID is integer primary key. Here we don't need to install, so we can just say name and age, and then value we have to pass. So whenever you are writing query, that means you are saying that we are using prepared statement, and then you can put name. If error, then terminate, else print the data successful. So it's saying data inserted successful. Let's go here and browse again. So I'll go and refresh. So let's do refresh and right click browse. Now you can see we have one data available. ID is 1 and then name and then age. So this is how it will insert your data. Let's do again one more entry, save it. Let's execute again. One more entry executed. Let's see if we have directly refresh. Yeah, we have refresh button. Let's do. So you can see two records inserted in SQLite database. So next thing that we will see is how we can fetch all the data and show here. So to fetch data, we have to use, let me just write here hash fetch data. And to fetch data, we can say SQL, what all things you have to fetch, select ID, name, then it's a prepared statement. We have to execute, and after execution, you will store the output in stn, and then using while loop, you have to print one by one. So I am running it again, and then let's say I'll just say Ram. So one more record will be inserted, and then after that it will do fetch. So I'll just enter. You can see that these two was already there. Now we have inserted one more and it printed all the data one by one. So this is how simply you can fetch, insert and perform all these queries. If you want to modify, you can just use delete query as well. It's similar to insert, and this is how you can work on SQLite database, right? I hope you are able to get this. Thank you so much. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this video, we will build a CRUD application in Perl using SQLite. So here I have written CRUD app.pl, and in this one script I'll show you the complete CRUD application. CRUD means create, update, and then we have retrieve and delete. That's the full form of CRUD. So if you see, we have first make database connection, and this is a new database CRUD app.do.db. Then first we are creating user table with ID, name and email ID, and then we'll give menu here. And in this menu it will ask us to choose whether it is a user, create user, read user, update, delete and exit. And after that, another one is we have create user submenu, subroutine, then read user, update user and delete user. So now we have written here while loop. So it will start from here while loop, and from this while loop we are saying first choice, which is menu, and it will call the first subroutine menu and it will give us these choices. We have to choose one out of all these five, and that data will be stored in choice. And then we are using if else condition. If choice is 1, then create user, if 2, then read user, and so on. So let's run it and we'll see how it is working. So we have to just write Perl and we'll say CRUD app. Now you can see it's saying first thing is database CRUD app.db is created. Here asking create user, read, update and delete. So we'll do first option create user. It will ask us name. So I'll say Chandan, email. So we have to write here email. And then here it is saying user added successfully. Now we need to read. So I'll say second option, and you can see it printed the user list. Then I'll say again that we have to create one more user. So I'll do one, and here I'll create another user. Let's say Ram, and then test at the rate gmail.com. So now another user is added successfully. Let's read it again. So if you see, we have now two options it is printing. Similarly, if you want to update, so let's say I'll press third, and then here it will say enter user ID. So I'll say I wanted to update user ID 2, and then I wanted to give a new name. So I'll say instead of Ram, I'll say Mohan. Then email ID, if you want to update, we can say test at the rate Gmail. So now user is updated. We wanted to see, so we can press 2 option read user, and then you can see the database is updated. Similarly, if you want to delete, we can just press 4, and then here I'll say enter user ID. So user ID 2, and then user is deleted. If you want to check, press option 2, you will see output here 1. And then once you press option 4, that means exit. It will terminate from here. So this is how you can create one complete application with the help of Perl and the database that you wanted to use. I'll share this code, and I hope you are able to understand how these things working now. Thank you so much. See you in the next topic. Hello and welcome to the Perl course, and in this section we are going to see real world Perl projects. And one of the project that we should work is that building a log parser tool with Perl. Suppose here we have some logs written like this way, that whenever you run application you will see some kind of error, log files where we have error, disk space low on server, some backup completed, memory, right? These kind of errors. So if we need to parse the log, we have to write one log parser. And here I have created one file, which is, you can see, we have to define log. And once you do log.txt, so before going to see the code, let's write and let's run it, and then we'll see. So I'll say real world app, WORLD. Okay, let me just rename this. So I'll say real world. Yeah. So now let's do here cd real world app, and here we'll write Perl space log parser.pl. As soon as you will run it, it will give you prompt log parser tool, and here we have to do show all logs, show error log, show warning log, show info log, search log by keywords and exit. So first we will do one, that is show all logs, and it will print all the logs which is available in this log file. And then still it will ask you that if you want to see all the errors only, then we have to perform filter. It will show only error one. If we wanted to see only warnings, it will print warning. If you want to see only info, just press option 4, it will give you info. And if you want to search something like by key, let's press 5, it will ask you to keyword, so I'll say backup and then click enter. So keyword backup is found here, and then exit. So if you press 6, it will exit. So how we have created this thing, let's go over it. So we have here while loop, and this is the main loop. In while loop we have first option is choice. If choice is 1, display logs. If choice is 2, display logs with error. So method is same, just we are passing different inputs. So if we will go to the menu first, in menu we are just giving these options, that these all are print statement, and here we have chomp choice and returning it. Now in display logs we have this method where we are taking input, and from input we are taking filter. After that we are just resetting the file pointer to the start, and here we have just opened the file and trying to check line by line. So in this case we are checking and seeing here filter should not be empty, and then we are saying that line is equal to the filter that we are passing, then print that line and go over while loop. We have already opened the file while log. So file is already opened, just we have performed the show log. For the search logs, we just need to provide the keyword. Based on the keyword, we are just checking line by line if it is matching and making it case insensitive. You can see here. If found, then we can say found and print it, but it will go in loop. So it's quite simple program, but useful to perform the log search related stuff. Just go over it and try to recreate in your system, and if you face any issue, just let me know, we can try to fix it. Thank you so much for watching the video. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the Perl programming language tutorial. In this video, we will see the real world use case for automating email notification with Perl. So here, first thing you can see that I have created one file send email.pl. First thing that you have to do is install these modules, MIME Lite, then net SMTP, then SSL auth. So these things you have to install. Once installation is done, we can start from here. Use Lite, use SSL, use SASL. And then you have to first do email settings. So here we can do email ID, then we have to write SMTP port, username, password of that particular email, and then you have to write here from, right? So your email ID and then to the person that you wanted to send email, subject automated email notification, and then body. So in body you can write like this: hello, this is an automated email sent from a Perl script, best regards Perlbot. And then create email message. So here we are creating email message body, that new with new from to subject and the text type body, and then we are using this message to send that. So we have to write here SMTP server, then port, it's connected now. We are saying SMTP authentication, now authentication is success, and after that here saying smtp.mail from to and the data message that we created earlier, and then we are saying data send is basically it will send, and then after that quit. So after end of this you will see that email sent successfully to that particular email ID. So this is the simple thing that we can do, and using that it will send that to your email ID. So just you can try and do let me know if you are able to successfully send email or not. Thank you so much. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this video, we will write Perl script to develop a simple web scraper tool. We have already seen web scraping in previous session, but in this one we will just see how we can use the Perl script from complete complete Perl script and try to fetch the data from the perl.org. Here we need to install user agent and tree builder that we have already seen. Now we can create user agent and then we'll pass here URL inside get method to fetch the content. Now all the content available in response, we can just check if everything is success. If yes, then we will decode it, and here we are decoding, and after that we have to use tree builder to parse it. Now after parsing, we need to extract main headlines from the Perl org. Usually it is available in H2 elements. So we can just print latest news from the Perl, and we can set look down H2 and get the tag, and then here we can print as text. Now extract links from the home page, and then after that we are saying delete, and if any error then print that line. So let's run here. I'll say Perl and then space web scraper.pl. Let's see what output we get here. So we can see all the links are available, as well as we can also see the latest link, latest news, and news saying that's why we love Perl. And here all the links are available in that Perl. So this is how you can utilize Perl script to either create log parser tool or email notification tool or web scraping. And in the next video we will see that how we can do end-to-end data processing using Perl. We will use CSV file and try to create a script. We can read that CSV file data and then we'll generate some JSON output. Thank you so much for watching this video. Hello everyone and welcome. In this video, we will do a final project end-to-end data processing with Perl, where we will do file handling, data extraction, data processing, data storage using Perl. So first thing that we will do is we will read a large file CSV, let's say sales data, and for that I have created here one CSV file with some of the data available here. Then you can have a complete large file, it will also process that one. Then extract and transform, we will do filter and formatting. After that we will store this data to SQLite database, and then we will generate report in JSON format. So these things we will do in this project, and for that you have to install these modules. So let's copy and install it. Although it should be installed, as we have already seen earlier that these things are already installed. Now here as our code goes, so we have to use CSV, DBI and JSON. We are setting up database, sales database. This is our database name. If error, raise one, auto commit. We are creating table, so create table sales if not exist with order ID, product, category, price, quantity. Then opening CSV file to read data, and here we are just going to read. So if you remember this, if we are using less than symbol, that means we are going to read this file. And then we are saying CSV new get lines, so it will skip the first header, and we have all the data in CSV. Now line by line we are reading the CSV, and then from the row we are just getting all the fields and inserting into sales table. After that we are now generating here. So we have just written code to filter data where price greater than 1000. So get me all the cells price greater than 1000 and then execute. Whenever we are executing from the STH, we have get row, and that we are pushing here inside the data, and after that encoding to JSON and then generating a report. You can see that we are using write symbol, and using write uh, greater than symbol, we are just creating a new file, report.json, and then we can say processing completed. So let's run this. We can just say Perl and then data processing.pl and click enter. Now it is saying data processing report saved, and we can see in the report.json. So you can see here we have this JSON file generated. Let's select and right click. I'll say format the document. So you can see out of all these data we have here category electronics keyword, which is 1500, and then monitor, which is 12,000. And the same thing, since database is created sales database, we can use post browser for SQLite, and we can also check whether the data is installed or not. So we can open database. Let's go to the desktop and we'll browse our real world app, and here we have sales data. So you can see we have sales table. Click browse table, and then you can see we have inserted all the data that we get from the CSV file. So this is our CSV file. We can also check directly by going into the desktop Perl, and here we have real world apps. You can see this is our data which is available in CSV form. If we will open it, I'm using open office, so here it will show data like this way. Alright, let me just open it. Yeah, so you can see we have all the data available in this format. Just trying to insert these data to the database and then processing here, checking if price is greater than 1000, then only process those data. So I hope you are able to get this, and by then we have completed our Perl programming course. And do let me know if you have any problem, if you face anything wanted to discuss. We'll happy to help you on that. Thank you so much, and happy coding.